Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I actually don't know if we'll have time to do rigging, but we can do a little bit of it. Oh shit, my face tracking isn't connected. God damn! God damn. Alrighty. Wait. I have to select the thingy. Select profile. Okay, now that's ready. Okay. La 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 la. To fix this for. There you go. Hope everyone's having a good Friday. Let's see. I got his ears to be all wobbly now. So his ears wobble. And now he can sit and wobble? Kind of. He can go left and right for now. He can't go up and down yet, so I have to do that. So let's do that. Oop. Music. Down. Stretch down a bit. And if I size corners. No, I'm okay. Alright, there we go. Now his foot's all good. Look at that. I feel like I say that, but I feel like there's something off about his foot. I think it's because I want this to come down. Maybe I was wrong. I think that's better. Get low. Oh, shit. What about get high, though? Because it's Friday. Also, how many TikToks did y'all send me? Because I have like 91 notifications? 99 notifications? I could check, actually. Because I feel like I might have accidentally clicked this at some point. Oh, shit. Womble Demon. What the fuck? I did not expect that. Hold on. Forgot a checkpoint. Oh, did I? It's fine. Okay, that's okay. We can do it off a date. And we'll be doing it after Lethal Company today, so. So I gotta reload me. Because a little foopty is gone. What's this? I change the stream title. So I'm lazy. I'm just gonna change it to that. Oh, and I have to save my notes. I made like a little map. Alright. Alright. Alright, we're on like a sit. I should like toggle just his sit on, I think. I also don't like how this moves. This little spot. Oops. No. Mine are very random this week. I kind of feel like I need kind of random this week, you know? I feel like that would be a good vibe. So I feel like my face tracking's a bit off, so I'm gonna reset it. There we go. Okay. I would like to try something else. So if I did 69, damn, she fine. One more time, get low. Get low, get low. There's one that will need explanation. Okay. I am ready for it. Wow. That shot drops down my ball. What the fuck? Wait, oh, what? What the fuck? They censor it? What the fuck? I did the clean version? Why'd you do the clean version? That threw me off so hard. Overflect. What the heck? Damn, she fine. One more time. I refuse to give you a vacation, even if it's not. Oh, do you mean like you don't want? I think I understand. I get it. I appreciate you. It's copy. You scared? Scared? You scared? Scared? You scared? Wait. Copy. Paste form cannot be applied because the selector does not contain the object from which the copy was formed. Huh? Can I just duplicate it? I still have Tailspire open. Oops. Oops, whoops. Yes. Fine, damn, she fine. One more time, get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Go to the wall. Oh, my balls. All these. And the fact that it censors balls makes me sad. Oh. Like they censor it so much though. That's what it looks like. Wait, I think this one is like this as well. Right? So it's like. Is that how it works? She's not. Damn, she fine. One more time, get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. The window to the wall. My balls. All these females crawl. Oh, skeet, skeet, skeet. I can't believe this. This is crazy amount of censoring. What is the world come to, chat? What is the world come to? It's okay, I get it. It's okay. Touch your toes. I wonder if people have actually gotten banned because of the song. I mean, it's not like it's in the VOD, to be fair. Window to the wall. Drop down my balls. All these females crawl. BLT Paul Bean Tiger, yeah. I don't really like it when it's like that. Oops. Cool. How was D&D? It was good. It was good. We got a lot done. We were very productive. How was your day going, Gore? Sit. I feel like this is not right. Sit and then I feel like these like top beats are still not correct. I think it's because I changed this. I changed these to 6 and 6. There you go. It's okay, I got all my emotes so I can RP. Nice. Very cute, very cute. No, I think that was correct, right? Hold on. Sit. Yeah, I think I feel this one. That's valid. It is very dead. Okay, and then this one has to come this way. Alright, sit, and then I'm so glad I took a break from this. Like, I'm sad that I haven't gotten it done yet, but at the same time, it's kind of like, what is this? Hi, B. Hi. How are you? Happy Friday. Thank you, Gore, for the check-in as well. And the daily bonkus. I'm gonna take an edible. Take half and half. I'm doing good. Gonna be busy tomorrow. Do you have... What's going on tomorrow? Is it prom? Is it prom? Is it... what else is there? Graduation? Nom, nom, nom. Oh, these are not the... These are not the right ones. Where are the other ones? Where are my other gummies? I mean, these ones are fine. I just wanted the other ones. Oh. Okay. I mean, they're the same. I believe you mean prawn. Prawn? Prawn? Not prom? Prawn? What's the difference? Shrimp? Oh my god, I can't open this. Oh my god, I almost got it. Okay, got it. Ooh. Ooh, these ones are lemon. Alright. Pull them down, but I don't wanna. Alright. I don't wanna. In the sky. On the run. I feel like it's stretched too much. Oh. Maybe I did stretch it too much? I might make the default here sit. Did I do it on the other one? Oh, I brought the sides down. I see. But in the rain, away home alone. Say that I should settle down. I don't wanna. Maybe that's better. I gotta change the default. Parameter default one. Okay. Cantissimo. Also, the shading is so much lighter than the rest of it. Why? Opacity. I live the Italian dream. Feel it to it. Ooh, okay. Italian dream, and it set me free. So pray tonight. You no longer give a fuck. No, I think that one's fine. And then precious. Wait, no. Yeah, I think that works. And then use our back and forth. I'm sure. Oops. I wanted you badly. Anything you asked, ooh. You wavered sadly. You had me. Well, I guess you fumbled the bag of it now. Oh my god. Please. Oh my god. There you go. Okay, but then I'm also gonna change these guys. Get happy. She fumbled the bag. I'm okay with it. I'm back. I wanted you badly. Would have done anything you asked. Ooh. Alright, up. Honestly? Oops. Please, oh my god. Oh my god, stop freaking out. Okay. Okay, I was on right foot. Made it go down like a little bit. Right, how is that? What if I might have to redo this. Minus add. Let's go down. Let's try this instead. From the earth. Okay, what if we did it like that, and then when he looks up, or other way? So when he looks down, and then he looks up, so it goes down. This part comes up. There you go. I feel like its cuteness will depend on if I like it on the other foot. So that means foot left. I'd ask you. Okay, there. And then this one means this side comes down. There we go. And same for the other one, is it goes up. This comes down. So now I think I like it looking. La, 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 la. Beep 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 beep. Okay. That's it. Okay. You're so cute. Such a cute little guy. Just wanna eat him. Okay, so now if we synthesize corners. I feel like the big pads need to be a little bit more heart-shaped. I had them originally heart-shaped, but they're more like cat beans. I think dog beans are. Well, hold on. Cat paw versus dog paw. Yeah, I think dogs tend to be more heart-shaped, whereas cats are more like three beans. But I based it off of a cat paw. If that's why it looks weird. If it looks weird, I would say that's why. Ew. Ew, what is that? Oh, well, let's fix this side first. Oh my god. Different brains, you went for realism, I went for cute. I think it's still cute. I think it's still cute. I think I just, like, while he's cartoony, I guess I just didn't want him to look off? I feel like I did a heart once. I don't really remember at this point. It is, and I want to squish it. You can squish it as many times as you'd like. I think if I was really wanting to push the cute factor of it, though, I would have given a little highlight right here. So that way it would have looked like squishy. Let's see. My boobus. The boobus. I was thinking of also for BLT having him have little animations that happen. So he would also get a boob, a pat. He would only get a boop in the pat, I think. But he could also have those, because I think I would want those to be, like, different hands. Like, not, like, the realistic hand, because I think that's a bit spooky for him. But they would be, like, just, like, cute little animated hands. again. BLT needs uppies. I could probably give him uppies. I'd probably do uppies. I think his arms would work for that. Oh, I gotta look at this. Which angle is it being weird? Like an angle where it kind of just looks these ones. What happened to your heart? Do anything. We'll begin again. I think. Yeah, I think that's better. And then this other leg. Go. Oh, I just got like so deformed. And then that's good. Yeah, this one formed a lot better than I feel like the other one did. I feel like I'm supposed to invert that though. The Y. Oh, confidence, baby. Just 30. Under 30. If I flip it. I kind of like that more, I think. But everything else would stay the same, so this is good, I think, or just this. This, and I should have said that. Oh. Adjust. This light is fucking blinding me, bro. There you go. Oh, yeah, there. Nah, it's better if it's like this. Okay, and then I have to re-synthesize the corn. Wait. Go, and then this one goes there, and then I can synthesize the corners. Yeah, there you go. Just gotta make sure that all of the shadows work nicely, because some of them don't. Oops, not that one. Should have said this, and I should have said that. Go. About confidence, baby. 0. Yep. And then this guy. I'm just gonna scoot this up a little bit. And same for these two, because they're kind of like peeking out, which I don't like. There we go. No! Why? It's because it's one inside default, it's peeking out too. Is that gonna fuck with this though? Okay, not really. They're just kind of fucking with this, which I don't like. Golden ocean. Oh wait, I fucked it up. Okay. It's up on the warning. How's it going? I see. Yeah, good. He's got his arms and his ears are all wiggly. His ears are all wiggly. And his feet are working good. So now if he stands, if he sits, gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. You can feel like moonbeam ice cream, blue jeans, dancing at the movies. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think the only I have to do is a Hoge in his arms. I just want you to know, I want you to know. Where are his arms? Here are his arms. If you give me just a little taste, then I can work it with. Where is it in here? Or is it in the body? Fit pose, body, arms, okay. Yeah, I want to redo these. Oh baby, that's me, don't you know I was gonna feel like nothing else will feel right. Okay. Ice cream taking off my illusions. I think this is happening, yeah, this is happening because he, it's in the group that's already moving. So, this just means that his arms need stuff. Which I will try this first. I think I did this inversely. So this is supposed to be longer. And this is supposed to be shorter. And then left and right would be left. This would go in a little bit. Go out a little bit. I think another problem is that his arms are so static. Let's see. Okay, up inside you too. What? Oh. There we go. This way, or let's try this instead. Let's do this compression and then uncompression here. So maybe inverted. So it's like this is actually coming out. This is actually coming in. Yeah, and then inversely, if this goes in, this one's coming out. And then this one's coming in. Pictures on the wall. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think that makes sense for this. What if instead we do we do another one of these in here, this in here. If he looks that way, he will. Huh? Look that way. Oh, not like that. Alright, if he looks that way, it'll rotate this way. If it goes this way, he rotates this way. Is that better? Maybe. Release me from this arms of it. Frick. There you go. I think I like that more. And then what would this be? Would it do the stretch? So yeah, but maybe not that much. Same with this guy. A little baby, I'd say that maybe you've been thinking of me and try to love me. I think I want to change these two. Change body X. Okay. Is that Y? Will you? Ooh, I'm so confused about the arms right now. The car hop at the pop shop. Do it like that. And then like that. Let's instead do it this way, maybe? Oh, bigger. Okay, and then this one would come right here. And then this would extend a little bit. I love Chat's little Neopet. Are you talking about BLT on the screen? Did you new Tamagotchis? Did you hear about there's doing a new wave of Tamagotchis? Actually, kind of hype for. I kind of want one. This happens. How do I get that not to happen? I think that would just mean. Oh, adjust I haven't, but I know people who will go feral. Hell yeah, good. Should let them know because they're making a new one. Let me look it up. 2025 Tamagotchi. But yeah, and like you could, yeah, Tamagotchi Connection. I think no is wait, hold on. What are the new ones? I think these are these the new ones? They have like a new feature with them. Not the watches. There's a different one. I forgot what it is. But there is a new Tamagotchi. Oh wait, maybe it is this, and this is just a watch that they have for it. Yeah, but there's a new one. There's a new Tamagotchi happening. How do we look at them? Yeah, it's like you can. It's like a worldwide thing, so you can play it with your friends. Enter the Tama portal. Yeah, I want one. I had Neopets though. I did have Neopets. I think. I'm pretty sure that's the one I had. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna not have this really quick. Okay, just slightly adjust this. Okay, and then body body out of sight. This one. Okay. Cool. And then we take this one. I wanna rock your body. I wanna music and there we go. So now he's like left. No, I thought I removed that. What the heck? What the hell? Oh, it's just I did not. Okay. Now left. I feel like one other thing when he moves. That. Like a little bit more. I wanna rock right now. I wanna rock right now. Yeah, like that. So I have to do that on the other arm. Boop, 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 boop. Rock right now. I wanna rock right now. Okay. There we go. And then I gotta make it like squish and stuff. Right? Why is he moving so much? Oh, you know what? It's probably because we didn't synthesize corners. I don't know. Yeah. Slowly breaking down. No, it's hard to leave you with right here. Cool. Let me just. There we go. Oh no, I don't need you, but I miss you. That was the arm left did really well with this. This one did not though. say now, I miss you the most. I make it harder than most. I don't do this at all. What has the rotation on it? Shouldn't do this, we already been through. Is it this one? Yeah. Feels like it's rotating and I can't tell why. Oh, it's because of that. Oh, right, because I did do that. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I just need you, but I miss you. Come here. There you go. Yeah. But this is bothering me. What is it? Everything's alright. There you go. We love a good free ball. How's it going, Tyler? Tyler, the Daisy Destroyer. I hope you're having a great Friday. I'm having a hard time just Englishing, I think. You know, because words are hard. But yeah, we do love a good free ball here. Kind of just hanging out. I hope you're having a great Friday. I hope that you're having a easy one. I'm good. My Friday is bad, but we chilling. Oh, fuck. Well, if you need to vent or let us know, or you just need someone to vibe with, we're here. Drinking a little vibe, bro. I'm high. I'm feeling the high. It hasn't even... Oh, it's been an hour. It's been an hour. That makes sense. And I haven't ate a lot today. And we're just waiting for our friends to play some Lethal Company. I feel like his belly button does go... I think I did his belly button wrong. Maybe I didn't. Get back into... I'm going to be rigging in this coming weeks for some models. And getting back... Oh, hell yeah, that's fucking cool. I am also doing that. If you have any tips or tricks, please feel free to let us know. Where's his ear? Why is your ear weird? It's only weird in the physics. Like, right here? Maybe I'm a liar. I had a friend in college after not being in college in years. Oh, how's college? I went to college. I don't want to go back. That shit's expensive. But I'm very proud of you for going back and finishing your classes. How's it going though? Is college treating you well? Oh fuck, that's not the right one. Fuck, that's not the right one either. Yeah, I want to mess with this a lot because this is just, that's not it. I mean, granted, I hate going back, but I'm killing it so far. Fuck yeah, that's the kind of energy we want. Hell yeah, I'm proud, to say the least. Yeah, go for it, dude. Like I'm like a beginner with a lot of this, so like. Okay, so if I have, wait, what if I have whole chicken? It fucks it up. Frick. Well, I just really need to move the chicken. That's fine. Chicken, okay. I want to see it with him standing, so edit. No, it's not edit parameter. Yeah. The chicken needs to be attached to the parameters that move the arms. Oh, okay. I'll do this one then. Try arm left. There's a whole chicken. I don't like the way it like. I don't like the way it like bends though. I know it'd be more work, but would it not be easier to... Wait, I shouldn't do it like this. Chicken. And then this way, and then this way. Oh shit. God damn it. Little chicken. That's kind of cute though. Oh, and you'll probably have to add an extra deformer for the chicken details. Valid. Chicken. Oh fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, you. I don't. It looked weird though. Maybe it's better now. Welcome back. Oh man, I can't do it. That's upsetting. Well, actually, is it because of this? Yeah, it is. Yeah. See, the chicken needs to stretch, or the arms need to experience resistance. What does that mean? What does that mean? There we go. Oh my god. Okay, what about that? A little bit up and over. Boop, boop, boop. Alright. Let's just go here. Actually, can I just move this so it's not this? Like, imagine holding a plush with your arms against your body. The plushie would squash and stretch, you know? Of course, the chicken can just move left and right, too. Sorry, I'm not sober. No, you're good! Please, no. Duh, I need these. I'm not sober either. It's cool. Are we starting? Are we starting? Fun lethal time. Okay, it is lethal company time. But no, I'm gonna copy this. Hold on, I'm gonna copy this and put this in my... Because that's actually very helpful, and I love all the tips. But, like, I feel like him being a bit squishy would be nice, too. But it is lethal company time. Start modded. Lethal company. But yeah, feel free to give me any tips, or if there's, like, any, like videos that you watch, feel free to send them. Alright. Okay. I'm going. We're going into chat. 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and it's a good thing that, you know, we muted beforehand. Cause some
Hello.
motherfucker.
No, I might have to play as this.
Hello there.
We can't both be Pepsi, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Who's doubling?
Probably Lane.
Double?
Chica? What the fuck is a Chica? What the fuck is a bunny? Foxy,
What?
Freddy? Oh, this is FNAF bitches. Isn't it?
Elaine, I think you're doubling. Was a body. It's one of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sound is coming out of somewhere.
Is this
What's
better?
up with that?
I,
Well,
I
let's
can hear
see.
myself. That's good.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
better.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
Fixed
how
it.
the
Alright.
fuck did you become
Sonic
Charlie
is
and that
collecting
motherfucker
spaces.
become Sonic?
That was me.
How
And
can
the
I be
costume, the
Pim?
costume.
How?
Me, I'm D Charlie.
I know.
I wanna be
Pim.
Pim.
Because Charlie's not even.
Oh,
on
I'm Pim. I don't have Pim. It's page 2 on top. You have to see his page swap.
I mean, I
Making
see
me
change
confused.
soup, but it doesn't really do
I heard
anything.
that. What is
Come on.
that?
No,
yeah.
no, that, you have to switch the
I'm
pages.
so high, dude.
You
I don't know if I
look
can
at the
do
arrow,
this.
look at the page. You go up the arrow.
Or I
and
was
switch the
looking for
pages.
that one.
Oh.
What's happening?
There's
Why do I hear
that's
Katy
just the whole
Perry?
costumes you have. This page 2 costume, this
Oh,
page
shit.
3. Yeah.
Oh my. So these are glow stick costumes. Vault, Kirby.
Weed.
No.
Your fucking shoes are dying.
Should we be doing this? If we...
Doing what? Your mom?
See,
Nah,
can
let
you
me not pick
Got
no
you
DMC
can join. I
guy.
haven't landed yet.
I don't want to
mute the
die.
DMCA audio. It's fine.
I don't care. I don't
Everybody's
monetize
here, right?
this. So.
Wait for Streak. Streak's coming.
No, Streak say start without him.
No, he just said
Oh, he
in
just
voice.
got back.
There he is.
Oh, I didn't know. He didn't rate it.
What?
No, Streak, I got a special
I'm
costume
big
for you in
boss.
page 3.
Page 3.
Wait, how do you?
Stop pushing me.
How do you?
It's the blue
How do you?
one.
How do you go to page 3?
This one.
Guys, how do you go to page 3?
Man, we're gonna be so rich
Oh,
by the
hell
end
yeah.
of this. Wait, is this the
Should we just all just be
continue-
Pepsi Man? Okay.
That
Is
wasn't the
this,
one, but you'll go with it.
Is this our continued game from last time, or is this a
No,
new
no,
game?
No.
No.
This is the one I was talking about, Streak. Oh, wait, wrong one.
Guys, how do I change the thingy? How do I change the?
That's what I'm
the
saying.
the
Everybody
page?
keeps pushing.
This is the one.
Pepsi Man is kind of big, and it looks stupid.
Wow.
It's hilarious.
Hey, you are
Are you-
best
are-
Pepsi Man.
You're saying
These are the
Pepsi Man
mods.
looks stupid?
No, this is the mod I
I'm
made.
just
This is
saying,
I mean, I
Vibinize my thing, alright.
wanted to have
when,
Pepsi Man. Otherwise,
when I see you motherfuckers get taken by the Brecken, it's gonna look weird. I'm also
Brecken?
not helping.
Hello? Can you guys
we
hear
know
me?
that. We got taken by the bracket.
You know you're never gonna help.
Audio
Okay,
works.
wait, you know they're definitely not gonna help you. Remember that
This is on
time where
push
they
to talk.
could have
Hello?
helped you and they didn't?
Hello?
Hello.
What's up, bro?
Hello?
Oh hey, how do you guys
Are you
change
sure you're not
the
talking about
page?
Boo?
How do you guys change
You
the
go up
page?
to the arrow,
You,
the
you
arrow.
press E. You press
Got
E
you.
on the arrow.
Oh, shit. Dude, we have a lot.
Actually, let me pick Uganda Knuckles. Like
These
last time.
these are the memes me and my friends use. This is the one that made. It's because I reset my computer, so all my files are gone. But I just grabbed it back. Also, this mod has custom levels, so
Oh boy.
there's a very scary mod. There's a very scary level called the Asylum. It actually scared the shit out of me. So I really don't want to be in
Sounds
there, but we might.
fantastic.
Ain't nobody
Okay.
scared of nothing.
The Asylum actually scared the fuck out of me, so I don't want to do
Nah. Let's go to the asylum right now.
that. No, it's random. It's
I don't
random.
wanna!
Nigga,
Why is that?
wait.
No, that's no! No,
No,
please!
wait,
Not our first
wait.
match!
No, let's go to the asylum. I play Silent Hill.
Why?
We can do
Why
this.
do you hate me?
Bro, what do you mean? You do amazing
Why do you
in
hate
horror
me?
scenarios.
I
That's
do
your
terrible. What do you?
natural-
I have no survival instinct. I
have-
surrender
bro.
and die.
What are you talking about? You muted your chat before you came in here. That's survival instincts right
Sonic?
there.
I don't think that's how you do the dance.
That's
Shut
career
up.
survival. I think I hate life hits, man.
Charlie, I think you need to help Sonic.
Be alright.
Who's Master Chief?
Sure, this is not another tab. It's not. Oh, oh no. Oh, hello.
Hey, ho. Everybody back?
Unfortunately.
God forbid you
Superior's
believe
going
in a
out.
friend's potential. What's up, bro?
Excuse me, what was that?
Whoa, what was that?
Shout out me. Stop playing that song.
Is it?
Oh, this is one of the custom levels because it took that long to load.
Unless you mean the interior's different. Oh, okay, okay.
Guys, why do I
Who's
still hear the
playing
music?
California Girls? Because someone is still doing the emote. Hey, yo.
Okay, oh wait, okay. I can't. The whole VOD will be muted, guys.
Sorry.
I don't want. Excuse me. Hey man, does this thing still work?
You would do great in an asylum, bro.
Elaine,
Yeah, what's up?
if you hold the
Your
emo button,
shoes.
the button next to your one, there's a DMCA free mode you can enable. I imagine it mutes
Oh
the
my God.
songs.
Oh my god, wait. DMC free. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Alright,
Thank you so much. Oh my God.
Let me try playing a song and just see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just quiet now.
Okay.
Good.
Cool, alright.
Sorry.
Thanks, God. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I was really vibing to it though.
No, I was too, but then I was like, man, what if something funny happens and then it's all muted and I'd feel bad.
Yeah, it's best to not abuse.
Okay, I'll play
emotes.
Spotify, so I'm doing my own vibes.
Elaine!
Elaine,
Yeah.
you're
We
gonna
got
be
the
so
asylum.
happy. Yeah. Woo.
Fuck.
All right, come on, Elaine. Let's
Oh,
get
let's
in
go.
there. Maybe
We're
Bonnie
all
will
going
dye her
together.
Welcome to my house.
That's fucking crazy,
I
dog.
took out body too.
That's fucking
Oh, that's
crazy.
You took body out? That's Elaine. That's
Oh.
Elaine.
That's Elaine. Elaine took body out too.
Oh, amazing.
Oh my
Elaine's
God.
chat.
If you guys see to the left, look at this Pikachu.
Oh, God damn
Oh, I
it.
hate that.
Oh my God.
Oh, how is that the first thing that
If you see a
happens?
door with a black thing on it, like moving around the window, you don't open the
Ran
door.
straight into
Yeah,
the
I-
landmine.
Oh shit!
What the fuck was that?
Oh shit, bro.
Dude, I tried my best, man.
Yeah.
I tried
You
my
know what?
best.
Listening, I need
You
that
said
clip.
you had no survival.
Yeah, we
That's
all
why
need a
they
clip.
believe you. This is
No.
on
I
me.
told you I had no survival
Well,
instincts, and
red
you didn't
light.
believe me.
We're going to the red light.
Why not?
I didn't
It's
know
really
you
dark.
were
I can't
sexually
see
attracted to
anything.
fucking landmines.
Uh oh. Where's the light at?
I can't.
How could I know that there was
Get
gonna be
back
a
here.
landmine there?
Wait.
I have no
think it's
idea
not
what you
real.
said.
No, I think it's also.
How am I supposed to know that there was gonna be a landmine there, dude?
No, we
I was
No,
trying to be
well,
brave.
Bro. You know that's why. Don't you know that you don't Leroy Jenkins
think he's
things
right.
for that exact reason?
What do you mean you're right?
No.
You just
Ah, wait, I see you. Oh.
You know, you should have
Wait.
Call of Duty.
wait.
Call of Duty.
Where did the wall go? I was hugging the wall. Where did it go?
Oh god!
Where did it go?
Oh god! That was an
Modern
infinite
Warfare,
door.
the
Don't go in
first
there.
one, bro.
the
Yeah.
infinite
I
door.
read straight
That's
through
the
it like
right.
3 times.
Check all corners, bro.
Wait, what? What's happening?
With them or what I was telling you?
With you? What are you talking about?
Oh, I was saying that you should have played the first Modern Warfare. The first Modern Warfare, not the first Call of Duty.
Okay.
They teach you how to check rooms in that game, and when you enter a room, you check all the corners, you know? Look left, look right.
I guess.
Yeah, you entered a room and you ran into the bomb.
Is it my fault though? I feel like that's not my fault.
It's just... That was amazing.
Thank you. Damn. So how's your
I
homework,
think-
dog?
I hated
What's
it.
up?
What I'm really gonna hate is tomorrow. I'm gonna do my intermediate accounting work, and on top of the 3 fucking assignments I have to do for that class, I also have to take some type of quiz that's like monitored. It's more like a
Okay.
test, I guess. It was...
Okay. 'Cause- 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 'cause-
I expect to do fine on it. But it still sucks that I have 4 fucking assignments for that one class.
That's valid. Amy died quick. I did die quick because I was told to be brave, and then I tried to be brave, and these motherfuckers don't tell me that there's a trap behind the door, and I die, and I kill my best friend.
Well, the
It's
trap wasn't
whatever, I
behind the door.
guess.
The trap was like 10 meters to your right, and you ran right into it.
Fucking.
Because you're Leroy Jenkins, the room.
I had trust.
I don't know why I died, though. I mean, like,
Why? But I'm not falling for that.
This place
What?
sucks. I don't like it.
I guess I was pretty close to the landmine.
Oh shit, Theodore.
Jesus.
Oh shit, hello, Master Chief!
I'm leaving.
Understand.
Hello there.
They should have a revive mechanic
I was
in
thinking
this
that
game,
corpse
man.
is
What am I
back.
supposed to do now?
We found the infinite
I mean,
corridor.
we have no money.
You
It's
watched
fine.
these
mean,
We
you were-
found the
shit.
infinite corridor.
I mean, you were in fact brave, but it blew up in your face. It did. It did. I shoved my dick on a mine, and I
Yeah.
got
I don't know
exploded.
how it did not grab
Quick
you.
engine.
There's another
I
one.
looked at the
And
emergency.
you
I think the
took me
emergency.
with you, so you have somebody in the dead
Where is?
place.
Yeah,
Emergency exit time.
that's right. It's time.
I should go back
I
to
just
the
saw the
ship.
lights go out, I was like, fuck that.
I should go back to.
You know what?
They leaving?
Suddenly, I want to go back to the ship too.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
really weird.
Yeah, I think so. They have
It's
enough
coming.
treasure for the first level. Also, it's late. I think they're giant.
Yeah, I can hear the giant.
Potato is still inside. And Aura is chased by the giant. That giant is right behind her.
Oh fuck! No.
Oh no,
They
Potato all
blew
by
up immediately.
himself. Oh, Potato realized they left without him.
I'll remember you.
Oh.
I dropped my thing. Is it? Is that after me?
Yes, it
I
is.
think they'll make it.
Are we just
Yeah, they'll
inside?
make it.
We just inside.
Hello, Spore friend. I hear you.
It's gonna grab Aura. No, it grabbed Boo.
That's crazy.
Where's the attacker?
Holy
Titan?
crap, Boo got you.
Welcome to the dead.
Oh,
Welcome
man.
to the dead. Welcome
Reed's,
to
I
the
think Reed's
dead.
dead.
Welcome to the
Reed
dead.
is still in there.
We
Oh, you
just fight for his life.
They closed the door on Aura.
That's crazy.
Welcome.
Well,
Sorry, I was
Reed
plugging
and
in
Reed
my
and Reed
headset.
got out. They
Yeah, I
got
was plugging
out.
in my headset.
I dropped my chaos at world.
Your shoes
Oh,
look
I'm
very, very wrong
sorry.
on Pepsi
I'm recording
Man.
this, by the way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh?
I'm not streaming.
He's
I'm
recording
it.
everything.
Oh,
Oh!
Jesus.
Oh!
oh
That's my
God.
dead body.
Who the hand?
Streaming?
The hand. Zahando.
Hold on, wait. I have to turn you up.
Anyways.
At least he can't get us.
Are you
I
streaming,
seen him
Elaine?
grabbing through the wall.
Yes, I am. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, sorry.
Hi, Elaine.
What's
Chat.
outside?
Chat,
the
chat,
ship.
chat. Boo says hi. Chat, say hi back.
Yeah, it's a giant.
Chat, they
Close the
sent
door,
you a
close the door,
hi.
close
Say
the door,
hi
close the door.
back.
What?
Is everybody on?
Telling chat to say hi
Oh,
back.
they got-
Chat, chat.
Hi.
Bruh. Leave your
Who's
chat
dead?
alone.
Oh yeah, Boo got eaten.
Oh, fuck you.
Everybody's
Someone
here.
got
Chat can say
They're
hi.
in the-
I have a special emo for hi.
Let me
Say
screen
hi.
share.
They're an American chat.
What's
Guys, you're making me look bad.
What's
Guys,
on
you're
Twitch?
making
What's
me
on Twitch?
look
Follow me.
bad. Guys.
I'm just trying
I think that's everybody.
say,
Why don't-
bruh.
why don't-
So
why don't
she
I
just
follow
saw
you on
Boo
Twitch?
get
Let me
taken
fix that. What's your
into
name?
the abyss.
The
What?
framework
I'm
clip is
hearing.
crazy.
What's your name on
I'm
Twitch?
looking.
So I
Let's
can
Oh, it's
see,
main
let's watch
cow. Main and then cow with 2 O's. All lowercase, one
main
word.
cow.
Everybody's on the ship.
Chat's not paying attention to me. I'm so upset. I think I might say a bad word. Hi, Boo.
Hey, he gone.
Oh, I got this.
He just vanished.
That was,
I swear to God, Boo, if you say hi to yourself, that does not count.
That's tragic.
Go back into it.
Elaine got the laziest employee.
Boo, why'd you get eaten by the void?
Boo.
Alright, so what did we learn?
that I
Sonic
shouldn't be
Flashlight.
brave. That I should
Ah,
wait.
no.
Is this Miku? Wait, what's Sonic Miku? What's Sonic Miku look like?
It's Hatsune
Bruh.
Miku dressed
Why
as
don't you
Sonic.
do an emote? Do an emote.
God, y'all talk at the same time. God damn.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
I want to be the anime girl because I'm an anime girl on the internet.
It's
I
true.
see.
What the
So
fuck?
Aren't y'all anime girl on the internet?
No.
yeah,
use
but
a
I
cow
paid money
tire.
to be an anime girl on the internet.
See, I don't know what y'all complaining about. I don't see anything wrong with Pepsi Man. I'm just Pepsi Man.
There's nothing wrong with being Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man just looks a little.
Elaine, I think I have the clip of you stepping on the mine. Hold up.
Yeah, I'm also streaming it, so got that in
I was gonna say, I told your
2K.
chat to clip it, so they better have clipped it.
Oh, hold up. I need
Cat's
to
not
do
listening to me right now. Fuck, I can make a
Metal
timestamp.
Metal?
I made timestamp.
Yeah, Elaine, that's you.
Pep-
I'm not you.
You're screen sharing the game, by the way, not the
That was
clip.
cinema. Oh shit, what?
I mean, why not save the clips for later when we're done?
Because Aura
Yeah.
showed hers, I want to show mine.
Okay.
Damn.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta save this.
Oh my god, wait, I should get my I have
you
a
know
3D
what my
model that I
favorite
could put
emote
into
is?
this game. What's up?
Oh, do you?
I got you with my favorite
Yeah.
emote, bro.
I just don't know how to do
Where
it.
is it? It's the complimentary one.
Oh, and here. Oh, wait, it's go. And there it goes.
The clip doesn't have audio, by the way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we
that's-
can't hear it.
Here it is. This is my favorite one.
Okay.
That was.
Every time
Oh.
somebody
Oh.
joins in, a new instrument gets added.
Wait,
Wait, how do I join?
This is Body's favorite.
This is
emote.
actually pretty cool though.
I'm just. I'm okay. My old ass is just sitting in a fucking rocker right now.
Back on your rocker, old man.
Whatever.
Look at
I'm just
Let's
whistling. I'm just sitting in my rocker.
That's awesome. That was awesome. That was awesome. It breaks 2 of my fingers though. I wonder when we'll get Sonic, Miku, and
Playing a
Repo.
fucking ancient ass.
I mean, I could. You can combine the cosmetics, so I could be Sonic, Miku, and Repo. Maybe I'll do that next time, because I do have a Hatsune Miku loadout. Also, Kiwi, say hi to Boo. Chat's been dead for a little bit. I need you. You guys are stop paying attention to me, and I'm sad.
Bruh.
Oh, what, huh?
Chat.
You need to lock in,
I need to
bruh.
say hi to all of us. Right?
You need to lock the fuck in. You lock the fuck in. What the fuck? You
Nah,
lock the
bruh, I'm
fuck
telling
in.
you, bruh,
No,
listen,
you
need to
lock the
ignore-
fuck in. No,
I'm
you
already
listen. No,
locked
you
in.
listen. You.
Hey,
What the fuck? 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 What the fuck?
Well, that's
Is he
weird.
dead? Is that not real?
I don't know.
Uh.
I don't know.
I was like, hi,
Oh no!
hi,
Is it like the?
It's
Is it like the
good.
one where it turns 5 o'clock and
Thank
it
you, Kiwi.
comes alive? Oh no!
Oh my god! Oh my
Nah,
god!
I
Let's
doubt
fucking
it.
get in there. Get out! No! I'm
That
not
would be
risking
fucked
it.
up if that comes alive at 5 o'clock.
Okay, I regret. Okay, I regret going in. Please repeat what you were.
Look at all those! Whoa! Yo, this place is sick.
What the fuck?
I got it.
Yeah, what
You
the
want
fuck is
instructions?
this?
Do you want instructions on how to die?
Sure.
No.
Not particularly.
So look at the doors. There's tripwires everywhere. They'll kill you.
Interesting.
And also, the boxes you just opened, someone like a fucking jack in the box.
Ball pit!
Elaine!
Oh, did she jump in it?
Yeah!
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't. Oh, hey, what's up,
Oh
boo?
my god. Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't
So
know.
if you
Buddy,
guys
go
open-
after her.
If you guys
No, Buddy, she got warped. She didn't die, she got warped.
I feel like I've only played with this mod like once because I have a vague memory. Oh, hey, Mitch.
if you see one with red eyes, it's gonna explode. You won't be near it.
Yeah,
switched to Legion
Trip
Spectre
mines,
and saw that, and
traps,
I-
ball
and I
pits.
didn't
Wires,
the
there's
fucking
trip wires.
FNAF ball
Look at the
page, you would
trip
jump
wires,
in
they'll
frame
kill
1,
you.
boo.
This place looks like a
switched your
fucking
perspective and all I see
blockbuster.
I knew it was a
My-
trap.
an
I
I don't
empty
remember
blockbuster.
Blockbuster being like this.
For the funnies.
That's because you were poor.
What app is this?
What
Wow.
the?
It's the Nutcracker.
Watch out
Hey,
for the
channel.
wires.
I don't see one.
No, they're like they're wires. You'll see.
Yes,
them.
take those.
I'm watching this.
Man, I ain't scared of no wires, bro. I'm made out of strings.
Okay, now I gotta go back.
I'll be scared
It
as
has
fuck when
strings?
these nutcrackers come alive.
Also, I haven't found one tripwire. You've been lying.
I don't know the way to go back.
Trying to increase my high paranoia. Well, shit. That would have made me piss
Oh.
myself if I was a pussy.
What if you pull the apparatus and then all of them come to life?
I still feel threatened.
Oh
I
my
mean, the
god!
real
Holy
Oh my
shit.
god.
Spawn in this map?
Oh, that's a really big nutcracker. What the fuck?
Go
Yeah.
back around.
Papa.
Damn. That
Yeah.
one's really
Papa's
good at cracking
right.
nuts.
Oh, did you see the nutcracker that
I'm
was getting-
skedaddling.
Boo, you wish it would crack.
Where are you
That's a-
going?
Oh, I heard
You
something.
find
No,
anything
don't
good?
even do
Jesus.
We found,
What's
we
down
found
there?
a big nutcracker.
Like, they're not made to crack nuts?
It was-
They're actually awful at that.
They kind of look like Jeff.
Like my name,
Yeah.
Jeff?
My name is.
Yeah, you know, like, remember that weird, I don't fucking know, distorted picture of Jeff the Killer?
Oh, that Jeff.
Yeah.
What is body yapping
My name
about?
is.
Some dumb shit.
There's not much shit here.
Also, I
Yeah,
haven't ran
about
into
body
one
things.
tripwire, bruh.
I said there is
He should
tripwires.
jump. I want him to forget and to jump anyway.
Is there?
This map is kind
No.
of short.
Unfortunately, body has.
Is there anything else? This map is kind of short.
Is there anything else over there?
I don't know
Where's Master Chief?
what body has, but
There were 2 engines I just put outside.
Drugs
Tripwire.
Oh, there's tripwire. There you go. See?
Where?
Right here.
Oh, I see.
I see.
I almost
there.
Resident Evil.
Ooh.
I was really
almost
hoping
Resident
Body
Evil
would just
5
walk into it
myself.
anyway.
Someone will run into it.
Plastic
I
fish.
will, I will happily run into a tripwire. That's a tripwire.
Tripwire.
That's a yeah. If you see those guns, that means a tripwire.
That's actually a pretty good fucking toe.
Another tripwire right here. Be careful.
Oh yeah, jump over that.
Hey, what do you think you're doing there? Messing with the power aura?
Well, if the guns are only on one
Bam,
side,
bam,
if we can
bam,
trip the wire and like
Bam,
back
bam,
up and not get
bam,
shot.
bam.
I don't
So,
know.
Elaine, what were you streaming before?
Wow, look at this!
As
This
you
is
go.
the worst tripwire ever!
I started with Dungeons and Dragons, and then I moved
Oh
on
my
to
God,
rigging
holy-
my TTS mascot for a little bit before this.
You alive?
I want to do more streams, but I kind of also want to reserve my energy for next week.
No, that's valid. It does take a lot of
He
energy.
died. Oh shit!
We get it, Boo. You don't want to do the Mario Kart. Farewell to
Hi,
Hi,
Mario Kart.
potato.
Oh,
Hello,
that was
what
close.
happened to you guys?
What killed you?
Yes.
Ball pit.
Uh-oh. Oh, dude, I always
I
fall
got
for
shot
that.
by
I'm
a
surprised I
gun from the
didn't
tripwire
die.
trap, and I survived, but then a thumper showed up and.
Damn, that's a big
Ooh.
ass nutcracker.
Oh,
But
yeah.
yeah,
Wow, I
Kilo
can't
right
believe
there.
there's nothing here.
I did
yeah,
both miss.
potato.
Yeah.
Ball pit.
Oh my god!
I'm gonna take the fire exit before it gets too late.
This is a fun
Because
match.
aren't there things that come to life after 5?
Wow, Body's believing
It's
in
just
the thing that he said was fake.
Hey, is Potato still alive?
Crashed.
This feels very authentic. This feels very authentic. Like it, like it,
Guys, I have. Oh
it could be
no.
in actually the company.
Yeah.
We should get out through the fire exit now.
Yeah, Shadow's
I
just
feel
stuck on the
safe.
ship.
Are you guys alive?
We're leaving through
No,
the fire
Shadow's just
exit.
watching.
Oh right, tripwire too. I gotta be careful.
Oh, they found the fire exit.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
where's
yeah,
the fire exit.
June is like so packed full of content and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna be able to
Okay.
keep up with it.
Boo, I have an easy solution for you.
You picked up his loot, right?
Stop being
How come
a
you're going
FNAF
through
fan.
here again?
Oh, or almost got
No.
crushed.
More people died. Yeah.
Goes behind
Yeah,
us.
I die very
Pressure.
quickly in this game. It seems. No. Maybe we'll play a little
happens
New York
sometimes.
Times while I'm dead.
Oh, it is after 5. And I have 0 sense of direction. So I'm following you. Give me Tato. How do I drop him? Up. Never mind.
It's okay. Chad's probably having dinner. It is Friday.
It is Friday, my dude.
Friday.
Alright.
Gotta get down on Friday.
I'm glad Streak knows that I jumped into the ball early for the bid.
Ooh, ball pit.
Yeah.
Someone said ball pit. I had to capitalize on the bid.
You're alive.
Oh, bro.
What happened?
I forgot that it kills you, man.
he got fucked up
I
by
honestly
something.
thought it was like
Well, he's
gonna lead me to another
You've
room.
never seen the ball pit, have you?
Yeah.
I feel like I
Oh, yeah,
have
shit.
like
shit.
once.
Sorry,
I did eat some
bumped
dinner,
nowhere.
chicken and biscuits. Oh, did it have gravy? Do you have gravy with it?
Wait.
No, I'm talking about Tato.
Potato's right here,
Oh my
bro.
god, I thought I just freaked out because my rigger messaged me, the person that did my VTuber model, and I had another chat right next to it,
Yeah.
and it was Pixels, and I asked him for a snack, and I was scared. I just asked my rig mom for a snack. That would have been real weird.
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 Elaine,
That's 2 for 2.
moonshot shit about you.
She stepped on the mine and then she jumped in the ball pit. Just cinema, bro. Oh, everything there.
Streak,
Hey, guys.
I'm glad you
Welcome
recognized
back,
that I
bro.
did it completely for the bid.
That's how funny it was.
Like,
How do you explain that one, bro?
They look so pretty in the cabinet.
It's
Collect all 7 from the cabinet.
Weege, it's as the kids say, it was very unfunny.
Oh my god, that's so pretty, guys.
You're
Look at
very
that.
unfunny, Sonic the Hedgehog.
Did it have an funny watermark?
Mama, can I have a cheeseburger? I know, it would have been so weird, dude. I would have sent a gift of a biscuit if
It's
I were
raining.
Did it have did it have an funny watermark?
Valid. I mean, you could
Yo.
put one in the Discord server in the fridge and we could all look at it, you
Don't
know?
grab a little screw.
Don't grab.
Oh my god, what's happening? Okay. What's happening? I hear lightning.
Wait, wait.
Gosh. Oh! 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 Oh!
No, it's okay.
Oh!
It's
No,
okay.
she's alive.
Oh!
Okay.
She's
I'm
alive.
okay.
Did you have something on
I
you?
hate it here.
She had
No,
a key.
I have
She had a
nothing.
key,
I had nothing.
It's nothing we can't
I
have.
have nothing. My inventory is empty. Oh!
Oh,
I
why
hate
is
it
it
here already.
dark?
Bro!
It's so fucking dark.
It's Steam, it's Steam, that's why.
Get that thing moved.
I
Sucks.
can't see shit.
Oh, thank God.
Hey, stop
Oh,
that.
thank God.
Steam was racist.
Excuse me?
Why am I hearing electricity?
What's over here?
Oh, let's go. Yep.
I spot.
Oh, this place is dark as shit.
Just turn your brakes.
Oh, stop sign. Being brave. Oh!
Jesus.
Sorry, you scared the shit out of me.
Oh. That's a dead end. You came from here?
Yeah, I came from this way, which is where the turret is. Come on.
Wait, that's a
Turret.
No!
Nobody. Hey, where you guys at?
Elaine, watch it, turret.
Yeah, I know there's a turret.
Why
I came
have
from
we
that.
not bought flashlights? I can't see shit.
You gotta hug the walls,
No, your
man.
glasses broke, so that's why you can't see shit, Weed. Oh shit.
Did I make that go off?
We just
Oh
did.
no!
Weed is dead.
I got him.
Sign.
I grabbed his body, go set.
I grabbed the stop sign. I have 2 stop signs. in the chat.
Body, stand in front of that.
No.
Hey, Elaine, where'd you go?
I don't know.
Nah,
Make a-
I'm gonna stay in one spot and I'm just gonna keep talking. If one of you, oh hey,
Alright, let's
what's up?
hey, take this. Talk. Wait.
Take what?
this. Take
Why?
this. I have one too, cause I have one too.
Oh, okay.
Stop signs.
I have 2.
There's
How huge is their body?
There's a bugged out thumper. I killed it, but it's still walking in place up there.
What a fucking chat.
That's scary. Hi, Vex.
you going?
Welcome on
Hey,
in.
Moose. Hey.
Does it look like I'm looking at you when I'm
Do you
talking
want-
right now?
Do you want a weapon?
Do you feel
or
like I'm looking at you when I'm talking right now?
I think it's only stop sign. Oh.
Yeah, chill
Grab a weapon. If we see a nutcracker,
We all have weapons.
As a family.
Thank you for the check-in.
What about if we die as a family instead? Like,
He looks pretty dead.
The fuck? What kind of white
Okay,
person
actually
shit is
died
that?
Yeah,
oh, that's that thumper.
Oh, on my end is still. On my end is
I
still
got
walking
another
in
one?
place.
Oh,
Where?
Another
one.
Or DC.
Oh my god, another one!
Where is it?
Here, streak, here.
It's just all stop signs.
Well, we're gonna be kitted out, dude. You're staring at my soul? Am I? Right now. Am I staring at your soul?
Won't even eat your
I found the
breakfast.
big room.
What the hell are you saying, bro?
I found the big room.
I'm asking chat if it looks like I'm staring into their soul when I look at a certain angle. It's
That's
like
weird.
right now I'm like looking at chat, and I think it it makes it feel like I'm looking at them. But
Really?
and now I'm looking at the screen. Yeah. Anywho, is this a dead end? It's a dead end, yeah.
Oh wow, I think we should have spent so much time talking there. We lost the group. Never mind, I found the group.
They're right there. Yeah, no, they're right there.
Fucking why?
What the hell?
Guys,
Oh, hi, Elaine.
What's
I
that?
have
Yeah.
bad news. Do you want me to start?
Elaine, you alive?
That's a
Five
thumper.
shovel. We all have 5 shovels.
Elaine?
No, come here.
I think Elaine might have fallen off the map.
Oh my god.
I didn't know there was a jump. No, you know the two stairs.
Oh my god.
Oh, body's got this. Body's got this. Body's got. Yo, body got it.
no. Oh my.
No stop signs.
Oh.
No, bracket coming for body. Please
Oh no.
Show what he said.
That's so unfortunate, bro. Fuck. What's up?
And body's dead.
Hey, dude. So you know how there's like 2 staircases, one on either side?
Yeah, dude, you fell to your death.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't see that there was one on the left, and I thought you had to walk to the one on the right, and then I didn't realize there was a gap, and I just fell. So.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock now.
I tried to pick up the stop signs when I got ganked.
Yeah, by a big black man and his giant hog.
Door behind.
Bro, there was an emergency exit there too, bro. I saw the emergency exit.
Oh, never mind. She's alive.
Well, that fucking sucks, bro.
Taylor, how
He got
dare you
kidnapped.
hit me with that nasty thing called logic?
Yeah.
So like,
What
why
the
didn't we
fuck
like start
happened,
with an
y'all?
easier one? Why did we start with Asylum? You know, like oh god, like it's been my first time back in a while. You know, I feel like it's a little fucked up.
Blame body. Blame
waiting.
body.
On what
I'm waiting.
DC?
Fuck you,
I'm
body.
waiting for you. No, wait for her.
How is it my fault? Wait, that we got asylum, you mean?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Oh yeah, that was me. I kind of spiritually, you know, the universe theory. If you wish for it hard enough, it happens.
I wish body
Yeah.
could die. I wish body could die. I wish body could die.
I never said it actually works. Relax there, buddy.
Is that Master Chief? Yeah, we got. Wait, hold on. Where's the
we have
point?
fully
here?
proof that it works.
From where?
You little motherfucker.
Me? I didn't do nothing. What are you talking about? Yo, what are those?
Point. Okay. So we have Master
Ever heard in my
Chief,
life.
and we got Pepsi
Bro,
Man,
They're not even
and
on
we
the
got
right way,
Charlie, and we got Shadow.
You know I
And we
can't
got
see what's wrong with
Hello
this.
there.
Streak,
Bro, you're playing
We got
footsies with yourself,
Knuckles,
my boy. That's what's
and
wrong
we
with
got
them, bro.
Boo, who is Freddy Fazbear. Freddy
Fuck that
Fazbear.
guy.
Well, that's
You're gonna
Goldie,
have, you're
but
gonna have
yeah.
to take a screenshot to show me.
Yeah,
because
the
I
thing, the
can't see.
thing, the
Yeah,
thing I
and then
posted
I'm
in voice
Hatsune
room.
Miku.
Who is that?
Burlesque
Oh, hard,
Rabbit?
nutted.
What?
What do you mean I'm blinking too much? How would blinking too much affect that? You know?
I don't know.
Dancing.
Oh, that streak. That was a lane when you saw Body die in 4K.
Oh.
Ah!
A panic in 4K. Does it work back?
Look at us.
Not yet.
Look at us. All synchronized together.
That's why I wanted to fix your PC before doing these maps.
Yeah. I asked her, but she said she can deal with her current PC for tonight.
That's true.
It will be replaced tomorrow.
Hey, your life ends in 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I can do that. Hold on. Wait. I wasn't fully in it. Hold on. Wait.
Let me know when she gets here. Well, you just land the ship when she gets here. Be back.
Alright.
Did I blink?
Yeah, I can't
forgot.
believe Boo hates dancing.
What?
Ah, Boo hates what?
Dancing.
I was. Hold on. There we go.
There's Zoa.
There she is.
Yay,
But we gotta
always
let her
here.
Sorry, I
Perform.
was doing.
There you go. Now you got it. Nice. Nice.
Yes.
Nice. I took
You
it
wanna
as
see
a
something
challenge,
crazy?
you know? Huh.
Want to see something crazy?
What's up?
Look at this.
Damn.
Did you just die?
Bro's dead.
Oh
Me
my
too,
god, what
bro.
the
Me
fuck?
too.
You're trying to run in window mode? I see, I see.
Freaking Shinji!
What the fuck? That's so weird. That's so weird that you just slid away like that. That was really awkward for me.
Bro, what the fuck? Is he inside the machine?
Yeah.
Where did he go?
The fuck?
What the fuck? Why is Weech barking?
I don't know.
Wait, can you actually not get out?
He's almost sounding like that one body voice clip.
Maria.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sure someone here can
Ignorance?
remind
Ignorance
you.
body?
Ignorance. I don't know what you're talking about. Ignorance.
In my presence?
I don't know what ignorance is. I've never been ignorant in my life.
You know what, bro? You're
Also,
dead.
I was doing a bit where I was quote unquote crushed by the computer.
Are you guys,
I like
how are
how
you guys
everybody gets a
moving?
different death pose.
I just
Who
moved.
gets the who got the he got the Family Guy death
Oh,
pose.
bro, we can't
Wait,
even land the
who?
ship. Come
Boo
on.
Boo got the Family Guy death pose.
Your third world is crazy.
I'm
How are you
just
guys
like.
moving?
What? Oh, right.
How
In
do you
the
move?
settings, open up your settings and there's a thing.
The
Like,
emote
you know,
wheel. When you open the emote
open
wheel.
up your emote wheel and there's a setting called move while emoting, experimental.
Okay.
And make sure it's clicked on, then you can move.
This emote is body hitting true nirvana by accepting the racist inside of him.
Why does
Me
mine
every
have to
time
be
I put
up?
on
I
a
don't
white
want it to
hood.
be up.
Guys, help!
Excuse me?
What? I didn't say anything.
Help!
I wish you would not talk.
I am.
Wait,
I'm
what did you do?
biblically
What did you do?
accurate,
You
Pepsi
know, I
Man.
just wish you wouldn't.
Where are we going? We're waiting for Moon. Oh right, the company, right.
Yeah, it wouldn't let me land. I tried to land.
Oh, you suck.
Oh, I think I just stepped on something.
Tato, look at me. I'm
greatest Fight
biblically
Club
accurate, Pepsi Man.
Let's
God damn
go,
it.
Waffle House, baby!
Yeah, Waffle
What?
House.
How do I stop
Oh.
doing this? I don't want to do this anymore.
Crouch.
Press tab.
Crouch.
Crouch, crouch or tab.
So, are we actually gonna loot Waffle House? I mean,
Yeah, let's do the
Uh,
waffle.
I'm staying out here.
House.
I remember last time that happened at Waffle House. I don't like that shit.
What, are you scared?
Oh shit, just randomly exploding? Yes.
What's happening? Oh!
Oh no!
Why? Why did I die?
there's no way.
Who died?
Elaine.
Oh, she was behind the counter.
I thought we were role playing. I wanted to be a
Elaine be dying
server.
every second.
Fine, this is all your fault.
Bro, she's like a hell diver.
That's
The
crazy.
hell?
Chad, what have I done?
Hello.
She just enters the map and dies.
Got our stuff.
Did we actually sell anything?
Yeah.
I just wanted
probably
to role play and pretend that I was gonna serve them pancakes.
What
That's
the
all
fuck?
I
Why
wanted.
Why do we sell both shadows?
Jeff exploded.
We'll find
Wait,
a new shadow.
We did. I just sell both shadows.
Blackjack and
God
hookers.
damn it, man.
Here we go.
Potato, I need some flashlights desperately, please.
No, we need a teleporter.
We're starting the
Flashlights,
ship.
Potato, please.
Are we starting the ship now?
We're
or-
like we're $2 short of a teleporter. It makes me sad.
No, we
Well,
don't.
I want flashlights.
Oh,
One is
wait,
eggs,
hold
duh.
up.
Yeah, obviously.
I
We're
actually
gonna
just
lose money
remembered.
because of Elaine.
I actually
Are
just
we?
remembered because Elaine is streaming. That we gotta have her turn on DMCA mode.
Okay,
I told her already.
Oh, I already did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got her.
Body's
Yeah,
worth
no.
$5.
Look
You're
at my
so
friends
right.
looking out for me.
You're
Yippee.
so right. Someone kill
I
Body
already-
right now.
No, I already bought flashlights.
What do you mean I'm worth $5?
The body.
Are they gonna sell my body?
We can sell it,
Are they
man.
gonna sell my body? Are they gonna sell my body?
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Hey,
Well, no, she'd respawn next match, obviously.
Sell me?
Look, it's Hatsune Miku in
Sell
a fucking
me.
Sonic pajamas, like.
Why is he laughing? No, are they selling me? No, are they selling me?
We could sell that for a lot.
Is everybody here?
Did you just throw the body outside?
Oh my god, no, Aura's outside
Oh,
the
no problem.
ship.
I'm gonna take a ship.
what is going
Body
on
jump
with
off
Elaine's
to it,
corpse?
it'll be funny.
What the fuck?
Lose money if you do that.
Were you?
Are we leaving?
Yeah, we did.
I thought you threw
Dude,
her
they didn't sell
body
me,
off
I'm
for a
happy.
second.
I thought they were gonna sell.
Yeah, it really is.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, my body. Hey guys.
Hey man, welcome back.
Yay, yippee.
So, why do you
That
keep
was
dying?
stupid. I don't know, dude. I told you I have no survival instincts, and I'm really high because I'm hungry because I haven't ate a lot today. So we're having a time over here.
It was the mind.
I stood behind the thing though because I thought we were going to the Waffle House and we were gonna role play, and I said I was gonna say that I wanted to be a server. That's why I stood behind it. I didn't know you guys left. I was kind of like waiting for you guys to be like, yeah, we're doing this.
I see, I
Yup.
see.
I just wanted to
Thank you.
pretend to serve you guys
If
waffles.
we don't go to Waffle House to roleplay, we go to Waffle draw hands.
Why didn't we sell all the crystals?
Oh, because we're keeping him.
It's
Oh,
they're
okay.
shiny and
It's
pretty.
the Chaos Emeralds.
I like it.
We gotta
I
collect
like
all
that.
of them.
There, look at him. Look at
Blee,
him up
blee,
there.
blee, 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 blee. Hey, was
Hey,
that
Charlie.
banned? Was banned in the 18th. Hey, that was. Vex, you're gonna have to explain that to me. I can't read right now.
What Vex has to
I've
do is
become
stop being a
illiterate.
pee-pee poo-poo head and get in the game.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
that's Vexapur. No, who's in my chat is someone else. Similar name
my,
though.
My mistake. I apologize. I still want
Yeah.
Vex to get in here.
That's valid. That's gonna confuse my
Oh,
chat.
yippee.
Vex,
Get in
we
here,
have
boys.
someone that's name is Vex in our friend group. Guys, wait for me! No! My friends don't like me. I'm so fucking sad, dude. What the fuck? Oh, my friends, they just leave me behind like I'm nothing. God, guys. Oh, hey. You don't hate me. That's awesome.
Oh my.
Hands together.
Alright.
Bye.
Goodbye.
A fire exit, huh?
You're pretty fast there.
You left me behind, you bitch.
Hey guys, I found a fire exit.
I'll
Hey,
send it to you.
Delane, I found a fire exit. You want to see?
It,
Look.
that's right here, yeah.
I'll open this.
Oh,
Go in this room here.
what? What?
Don't
Did you say
worry
don't
about
go
it.
into that? Did you say don't go
No,
into the fire exit?
I said don't go over there because there's a machine gun behind you.
Yeah.
You see?
Why did the lights flicker?
Ooh, mine chat.
Don't worry about little things like that and follow me. I'll make us money.
Wait,
Do you
why-
wanna make
dude,
money?
Why is it doing?
Because Elaine's messing with the fuses like a gremlin.
Oh.
I don't know what they do.
Oh
no.
Now, look, over here, boo. Over here's where the treasure's at.
Oh, alright.
Ignore the machine gun fire.
I'm going this way.
We need to find all the treasures in this caves. Look, I found a dead body.
That's crazy.
Oh my.
Oh my god. That's crazy.
Elaine.
Oh! I wanted the flashlight!
Fucking hell.
Take this. Oh god! Oh no! I think I got someone killed. Oh, hey. I can't hear you, Moon, if you're talking, but I got a dead body. Oh my god.
Drop that shit on the floor. It's worth $1. Even less than that.
But all of our friends are in there dead.
Majima.
Kiryu-chan.
Where's the emergency exit?
Over here.
It's
You just ran past it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here.
This is down there? What is it?
No.
Anything? Oh, or found. Oh shit. Damn.
I feel like I'm about to have a seizure, Moon.
What happened to the body?
Oh.
Oh.
What is happening? What is happening?
Let
What
him
is
take the body.
happening?
Give him it.
No!
What do you mean no? Just give it to him.
No! No!
He's a piece of trash. Let him have it.
Oh, I'm taking it. I'm taking
You
it
guys
with
run the
us.
wrong way. It's this way.
Okay.
Over here. I'm out. Elaine.
Yeah?
She's
Over
in
here.
here.
Over here.
Okay.
Watch out for the turrets.
I know.
Kiryu-chan. Oh.
You're
Go,
alive.
buddy.
Over here.
Kiryu-chan.
Wants to come with me to the front door because we have stuff there.
I'm full.
I'm also full. Oh, my hands are full.
It's okay, body. I'll get you back. I know you abandoned me like a used car, and it really sucked because I feel like you took my friendship for granted, you know? And I did a
That's
lot. I did a
crazy.
lot for you in the end, and yet I'm making sure, you know, you get a proper burial. You know, you wouldn't do that for me, you know? And I think that's a little fucked up. So I think maybe we need to revisit our friendship, you know, sometime.
Damn.
Cause like I feel like I'm carrying this friendship sometimes, and it's a lot for me. You know, cause you're heavy as fuck. Like maybe stop getting so many Fiji waters, but
Are you okay? Elaine?
whatever, man. Yeah, yeah, I'm scheming.
You need a hug or something like.
Nah, dude, I'm good. I was just
Segment.
memeing.
I've recorded that
Nah,
whole
yeah.
segment. Oh, bro.
Oh, he died to a gunshot. That's tragic.
Help!
Yo, Elaine had me dying. You missed it, bro.
I was giving Body's eulogy and also telling him that we.
There's a worm.
He's a-
There's a worm.
Yeah, I
God.
heard it. That's why I started running.
Okay,
Well,
they're
still
still
alive.
alive.
I run as alive. Kiryu-chan. When he walks up to you, he goes, "Yo."
Yo.
If Elaine dropped the fucking disgusting body, we would have been safe.
Alright, stop
What do
it
you
coming
mean? We
for
were
him.
fine.
They're in the elevator.
What is-
Okay. I hope they don't.
Yeah.
Hope they don't get eaten.
That would be tragic.
It'd be pretty funny. Close the door. Maybe dogs.
I hope they're not full.
Capybaras.
Don't have in this mod. Shit, my
Wow.
bad. We just dead. We just dead.
Drop Ouija's body. There was an axle there.
No, they left his body. There it is.
There.
Oh,
Does the
one's
battery
dead, too.
lose flash tight if you're holding it?
No,
Yeah,
long
it
as it's not
does.
on. As long as it's not on. Oh shit, my bad. Where's it?
Kiryu-chan.
I'm gonna hope they're
Hello.
alive. Oh, the worm. Oh no.
Oh no! Watch out for the worm, guys!
Oh no! Oh, she made it.
Oh,
Oh, she
Dog!
lived.
oh.
No.
Oh, dog. I closed it. I closed it.
Or dog is around the door. Watch out!
She has a worm. She doesn't have a choice.
The dog is camping the door.
As long as she's on a ship, she should be fine.
Shut up. It's about to open. Alright, we're good.
Oh.
Oh, what was that?
Oh my god!
Hey.
Ian?
Got
Did you
yeeted.
get Ian?
Maria.
No, I think
What?
you got hit by a turret.
Good job, or.
Good job, team.
We made it to the next
Oh,
round.
I'm alive.
I want you to know. That you
When the
got
hell did
killed.
I abandon you?
Huh? Oh,
did I
remember
abandon
when you
you?
went down in the elevator without me?
That wasn't me that hit the button.
Yeah, but you went with them. You didn't come back for me. If you came back for me, you know, I'd get it. But you just left me
Elaine
behind.
killed.
I
Elaine
debated
killed
on
me.
waiting for you at the bottom.
I waited
but I
at
just,
the bottom. Patient.
Boom,
Elaine
you're fine.
killed
You
me.
don't care.
I just, I figured
Wow.
we would eventually meet down there anyway.
I didn't know you were racist against bottoms.
And look at that, you
What?
made it
What?
out alive.
What are you talking about?
I died.
I don't think that's a race.
You're a Fallout boy now. You're a white man. How's that make you feel?
I knew he was white.
Hmm.
Yeah, I knew
Am I?
Body was white all along.
Yeah, I got myself dual stick. Let's go play some Skullgirls.
Skull girls, let's go.
I need flashlight. Laura.
I'm taking the bridge and ruining it for everybody else.
You asshole. I hope it falls down.
You know, the best part is I took no damage.
I took no damage as well.
What's in here? Oh, it's locked.
I don't know.
Supposedly, there's a fire exit in there sometimes.
Yo, what's up?
I'm calling for you.
Oh, yeah, what's up? Did you see the
How,
video
how is your
Rainbow
day
update?
today, Elaine?
I did see it.
Good.
It was really fun. I like the bridge.
That is very good. Watch it. You might have a friend here in a second. Over this way. Elaine,
Damn, what's up?
it's over here.
Oh, fuck. I gotta go back around. Go without me!
I don't like the rest of them and abandon you.
Yeah, they made me feel like a car. A used car.
Hey.
You're so creepy. That's so creepy. That is so creepy. That is so creepy. It's just
Hey,
dark.
Elaine, here. You can have tails. Pick it up.
Everything will be okay.
You're Sonic, so you can have your own tails.
Sonic.
If you drop him, he's
Up.
okay.
Nope.
Hey, what's up?
that?
Oh shit! Robots are active! Robots are...
Oh shit!
What is happening? What is
Robots
happening?
active, Tato! Go back, go back!
Yep.
What was that? What's happening? Ow, ow, ow.
You brought the bees?
Don't worry, buddy.
Sonic!
Oh no, the bees killed Shadow.
Sonic!
It
Sonic!
did it, or her plan worked.
Hey, what's
You
up?
need to open the door.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not. I'm not.
Holy fuck,
Oh,
bro!
God, the rocket fucked me up. Open the door.
No, there are bees in
Open
there.
the
There are bees
door,
in there.
bro.
There are bees in
There's
there.
bees
There are
in the
bees
door.
ship.
No, there's bees here. Why? Why?
Oh no!
Go. Leave, leave. What was there? Leave the ship. Leave the ship.
Why?
He's taking off.
Bye. Who did we leave behind?
You left
Everybody.
Oh.
so many people.
Look, we
Oh.
Orlov behind classic.
Why did we do that? Why did we do that? Why did we listen?
We're dying to the bees.
Oh my god.
Flashlight.
That shit
Who took
was
the
so worth
apparatus?
it. That was so worth it. I'd do it again.
I come back and see the old.
I went outside
even
to get
save
Elaine
the
a fucking
apparatus.
Tails doll, and then I see a giant robot come from out of nowhere,
Oh, we
and I'm
didn't
like,
get the
what the
apparatus? What?
fuck?
Oh, they were chasing Elaine. That's funny.
Sonic!
That's funny as hell.
Sonic!
The bees are chasing the lane, I see.
Sonic!
How the
Why
fuck I
the
get caught in
fuck-
crossfire?
Yes.
That's the bullshit. I didn't touch it.
That was kind of crazy.
Yeah, racist is crazy.
Not every bee in the world is racist. God.
Is that a
Who's getting
chow?
froze?
I've...
Oh,
Oh, it's
That's
a
why
devil
those-
chow.
Give me my
that's why I was
Where?
thinking
It's actually a dark chow.
It's
Oh,
actually, it
that's
says
what's
devil
raining,
chow,
bro.
so...
It's my son. It's my son, damn
Don't
it.
fall from us.
Oh,
Dang it.
yo, that is flooded. What? That is so flooded.
Nah, it's not even that bad, bro.
All right.
I hope you know we're
Then
gonna
you go
die if we
swimming.
jump. Wow, they actually made it? That's some racist shit. Go!
As long as one person outside.
He's gonna die.
No! no! Oh, shit, she made
okay.
it. Holy fuck,
You fucking
she
bitch.
made it?
Bitch ass hoe.
Yo.
Thought I wouldn't. Fuck you. What kind of friend are you? Fucking asshole.
I'm trying to keep you alive, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah,
You've been
okay.
dying- You've been dying like a fucking hamster.
Give me that. No, give me that. Give me that. No, I want it.
Okay. Are you gonna take the engine? No.
Yeah,
Let's put this
yeah.
outside.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, they all crossed the
I
bridge,
don't
too.
think that's how it works.
Nice.
So,
You better
what do we do if the
believe.
bridge breaks?
Pray.
Dead end. What do you gotta do?
Dead end downstairs or upstairs?
I found something.
There's.
Oh, you're actually here. How the fuck did you get over here?
What'd you find?
I found. Hey guys, I found something.
I don't like it when you leave things vague.
I don't know where you are, dude. Go down this way. Hello?
Let's leave.
Okay.
I'm following that man.
Floor in some light.
Why?
Up this way, up here.
Why?
This way, this way, this
Why?
way. Turn around, turn
Why?
around, turn around.
Blaine, come back.
Oh.
Blaine, come
Everybody
back.
go on, turn around.
The place isn't gonna blow up. It's fine.
I know, but
What?
Are there monsters everywhere?
So how are we gonna cross?
You go
The
back
same
to
way we
bridge,
came
or
in,
you-
the bridge.
This bridge. 2 at a time? I'm running.
Go.
Hey, no giant robot this
Oh,
time. I
thank
think we're
God.
gonna
Oh my
be
God.
okay.
Oh my God, dude. I was holding my breath.
For the bridge?
There for the bridge.
Dude, did you just fart? You, okay?
You step on it, step on it, step on it, step on it. No, 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 step on
What?
it.
You're like 5.
Man,
aren't
your
you?
shit stink.
Dude, what the fuck did you just throw him?
Hopefully everyone makes it fast.
Oh shit!
Shadow broke the bridge.
Oh no.
That's crazy.
No, the bridge is still there. Oh, there must be another bridge. What happened?
Lane, how high are you?
Pretty high. I'm trying to eat an apple, and I keep forgetting that I'm eating an apple.
What happens if this?
Damn.
I don't know. No one's dead or is she alive? I
Get
think
away,
she's
fucker, get away! Get away, motherfuckers!
Wait, what's happening?
Baboonhawks.
Nah, they won't jump us.
I think Aura
Oh.
drowned like Ben.
Oh, hello.
No.
We just also dead.
Friend, on your head.
How did Weech die?
That did we
Oh, no.
I want one.
He's dead.
You want to
That
go?
thing
I
is
want
up in your head,
friends.
bro.
That's so cute. I want one. How do I get one?
You don't want to get
Go, go
Yeah, don't.
outside. Oh no. I think I'm gonna go outside.
Oh! I want to
Oh,
leave.
yeah, get
We
the
gotta
fuck
leave.
out of where?
We gotta leave.
the fuck
We
outta
gotta
here.
leave.
They don't come in here unless they're alone.
Oh, oh no! Oh no! I got 2.
We're gonna kidnap.
Ah,
Chicks get
Where's-
kidnapped!
close the
I
door.
In front of
Guys, open the door. Guys,
Oh.
open the
Leave,
door.
leave.
No.
No, leave.
I want to see Body get jumped by baboonhawks.
You're a whore. I hope you get abandoned under a rusty bridge full of razor wires.
The fuck?
I said-
It's very specific.
It's the fastest way to tetanus.
Hop, and Weech.
They drowned.
I don't know what
They
happened to
drowned.
Aura,
I don't
but-
know what happened to Reach.
I went into the emergency exit and met a turret.
Hop.
That's hilarious.
Did we win?
I thought you were Pepsi Man. Isn't Pepsi Man immune
Hey,
to
we gotta,
bullets?
don't land. Don't land
I
yet.
know, I
this
know,
game.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
changing back to the company.
Did we win? Are we winning?
Are you able to land
Yeah.
the ship?
Do you really want to know?
No, it says must be server
Yeah.
host.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Let's wait for Boo.
Yeah,
why
we're
does
winning.
it say must be server host?
Probably a setting.
A mod or something.
Well, it's poopy. I hate it.
That was quick.
Oh, Boo.
Boo, it was flooded. That's all you
Boo,
need to
you're a
know.
little gassy today, bro.
Oh.
Boo, bro. Boo. Oh my god.
You should have heard Body earlier. He was having that wet farts. Smelled nasty and he really hot boxed it with his ass.
According to
Bro,
all
why you gotta
normal
say shit like
radiation.
Why'd you have to say those specific words together, nigga? Bruh, why?
There's no way a bee
What
should
are you
be
gonna do
able
about
to
it?
fly.
I'm gonna go to China and say
Fucking-
Taiwan it's his own country.
Okay, I'm not
Will
Chinese.
get murdered.
Oh, wait, I didn't ah,
Why-
motherfucker.
why-
Are we
Look at that
collecting
pan.
the... Are we collecting the chow as well?
Why what?
Oh, well.
Yes. I want to.
Maria.
Hey, who took it? Did we take the tails?
I think we did.
Damn it.
Yep, there's tails. Shadow, help me take the rest of
I
this.
got him. Shadow.
Up.
Who died?
Wasn't me that time. Wasn't me that time.
Nothing of value was lost this day.
Damn, bro.
I'm
They're
talking
valuable
about body.
to me. They're valuable to me.
That's what happens when you take wet farts in a bus.
Dude, nothing of value was lost this day.
Did you guys notice that
think-
the two people that had the stinkiest farts died?
Okay.
That's crazy.
Sonic.
Okay.
They wouldn't admit it.
Okay. Sonic. Okay.
Sonic.
Atlanta, I'm gonna have to ask you to scoot over real quick. Thank you.
Sonic.
Dude, you look
Okay.
like you have like diapers and they're just sagging at your feet.
He's very sick.
What?
Yeah, your
They're my-
shoes,
they're my
the
soap
Sonic
shoes.
shoes.
Yeah, the
Yeah, but they
shoes,
kind
yeah.
of look like a diaper on the floor. You know, like it's at your
How do they
ankles
look
looking
like a
baby.
diaper?
Because they're
You have the
pointing
same
inward.
shoes on, right, Shadow?
Yeah,
What?
but his
Whoa,
look normal.
Shadow has the right shoes on. Your feet are broken. Though,
All right,
bro.
I need
You,
a
like, broke your
screenshot of this
ankles.
difference.
What?
The shoes
Hey,
are
yours is
sideways. Do
broken.
you not see when you emote?
No, I don't see the shoes at all.
I put it
Yeah,
in
let me
voice.
put it in
room.
voice room. Your shoes have been like
You
that the
look like-
entire time. I told you about it.
Yeah, I keep thinking that it's a diaper. I guess it's confusing.
That's not a diaper. You're making fun of my drip.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Both.
kill myself.
Okay.
You got the inverse teleporter before the regular one? Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh.
How will we rescue the corpses? Oh,
You don't. That's the neat part.
But we lose money.
Yeah, if you die, just don't die.
Damn. You're so
Look
right,
at these two
homie.
dead bodies.
Come on, Weeds, join me.
What else are we buying?
Nothing.
What you're buying?
Oh wait, we don't have flashlights.
Shadow.
No, don't think so.
I have one.
I lost
I
the
have one.
flashlight when I died.
That's all we need.
Shadow. Stay the opposite direction.
Where's Aura?
Like,
Where is Aura?
She's in here. She's in here. Next to the teleporter.
Aw, it's not perfect. Damn it. I
No.
thought it would connect perfectly.
Too tall.
clear this
If you was actually normal, you might have got it.
No, it's not that I'm too tall.
That's
it's
it.
That,
Leaving.
that the,
Wait, what?
It's not even
Easier.
that the heights are wrong. It's the fact that, like, the top hand doesn't go far.
Well, maybe if your feet weren't fucking broken, might work.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
Hey,
That's
open this door, I'm gonna kill
crazy.
myself.
Yeah.
Not again. Not again, bro.
All right, we're back.
I'll come back.
Hey guys.
Boo. How much of Body's
Yeah,
fault was it?
No, I'm back.
Oh,
Hey, body.
Why-
body,
why did y'all blow up?
Listen to me.
How much of Body's fault was it?
Oh no.
Why?
Oh no, no, that was entirely my fault.
Did you take such
I
a
spammed the
fat
fuck out of
fucking
that
wet
though.
shit in the bus before
Body was-
dying? Do you think it's weird that like
Body was
the two
ringing the
people that
bell.
had the stinkiest farts
And-
died?
Yeah, Body
At the
was
same
ringing the
time?
bell, and I was right next to him, so I was like, "Fuck it." I just started.
Bruh.
I don't think that's weird at all.
Oh, so you killed Body. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Doug, I need you to speak
what the hell?
normal people.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You're proud of
You killed Body. You finally did something good for society. Isn't that right, Moon?
I think Bones is here.
You're okay,
Wow.
kid.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Isn't that right, Street?
Here, have a
What are
Sonic.
you talking
No,
about?
I don't want that.
Because you're not Sonic anymore.
I want it.
Oh, you got Wata. Boo Boo a body. You got Wata with ice.
Are we done?
Oh my god.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
finished.
Go back.
I already set the next planet.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh yeah.
What's
Oh,
wrong?
Money.
Ren.
You bought an inverse but not a regular teleporter?
Hi,
That's what I
Sunny.
said. You don't want fun? Like, God, bro. My bad, bro.
We need money, bro. I'm fun.
Yeah, why do you think I went to Rend?
Yeah, these are some of my friends that I hang out with outside of stream. They invite me for Lethal Company, so I'm hanging out.
I
Oh,
planned
we'll
this
be
all
fine,
out. Don't
though,
worry. That's what I'm saying.
I'm inversing.
Oh, good lord.
Everybody inverse the teleporter. We're doing it now. Don't leave. Don't leave. Come
Wait,
back.
wait,
Do the
okay,
inverse.
okay,
Do
okay.
the
I'm coming
inverse.
back. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yippee!
Get in,
Oh!
get in, get in.
Hey, somebody's near me.
Oh,
Hey,
Lenny.
hey, man. Hey, man. Hey. Hey, man.
Surprised that we managed to land close to each other with an inverse teleport.
Your mom.
Alright.
Oh, hey, what's this?
Is that a floating book?
What's that about?
Hello?
Hello?
Well,
Huh?
Roberto said he's dead.
Hello?
What's
Hey.
up,
I found,
boy?
I found a floating book. You're not gonna believe this.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Look, it's this way. Oh, what the hell? Look, it's above you, right there.
Can we grab it?
How do I get it?
Nah. You can't
How do I
grab
get
it.
it?
Hey, Roberto said he died.
Then you believe him?
Like, in real life?
Well, I mean, like, he said, I'm dead, I'm dead. What the fuck was that?
Wait, there's a red book over here. I could pull something. Come back.
Wait, I'm coming.
What's that noise?
Where? I
Oh,
wanna take
wait.
it.
Oh, look, right here. I just saw it. Alright, you see this bookshelf here? There's a red book sticking out. It
shit.
says pull. Oh, fuck. What the hell? You see this?
One of the red
That
skulls
lit-
lit up.
Is there more
I
books?
mean, there's gotta be.
Oh, that's why Roberto said he's dead.
Why?
What happened?
Well, there's a blood splatter over here. And there's a big boomy thing over here.
I mean, there's blood specks everywhere.
Hey, so me and Elaine found a red book to pull out of a shelf, and it like lit up a skull, and there's two more, and it opens up like this portal. Elaine?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, not dead. That's good. We need to find like
I was just
another
looking-
library or something.
Yeah, I think.
Hello there. Hello, friend.
Oh,
There's a crusher right
so it
there,
has-
watch out.
Locked.
Dude.
Oops.
Hey, a red room. This room wasn't red before. Why is it red now?
Maybe
You think
because
that's
they pulled the
ominous?
book or something.
Oh, you pulled the book? You pulled one?
No, when you pulled the book, maybe it became reddish. I'm not sure. There's nothing in it though.
There's a door up here. It's a locked door up here.
Is that a... No, Elaine, back up! Back up! Elaine!
Anybody got a key? Oh.
I thought it was. I thought it. Oh
extra.
man.
She died the
I
same
thought-
exact way as Body.
Did she have a key?
No.
Probably
Let me
not.
grab her
Body,
body.
no!
Don't worry, I'm just gonna grab her body. See?
Yay!
I'm full on
buddy.
eyes. You should find an exit.
Fine. I'll
Wait,
figure out
there's
this
a.
book.
Hold up, guys. Come back here.
What?
There's a whole unexplored room up there.
Yeah, but I'm full. I need to go out.
I'm not. I have
I
slots.
came from up here.
I have slots though. Well, at least take Elaine back if you're leaving. That way I can fill up my pockets with items.
My hands are full. I can't.
They're leaving me
And
behind.
Streak will go with you.
Yeah,
I'll
fine,
look for
whatever.
items and you guys leave.
No, the hallway down there. We could take that.
Man, this is-
Up here.
Here.
that door is locked.
This map is cool though.
Yeah. That's a pit.
Yeah, it's on next to a bit.
Oh my god!
Oh, but fucking butler jump scare.
Bro, flew!
That's probably death. Oh, combined with a flashlight.
The room I was telling you about, the one with the
Oh.
skull there.
Leave the
Oh,
one.
yeah.
They're just trying
I
to
guess maybe
mod.
to find 3 books to open the way.
Okay, and this is where I spawned here.
This radio turns on.
Radio.
Yeah.
We should keep looking for the exit.
Yeah.
Ugh. Gross.
Why do they look like
what's
that?
that?
So
I don't know.
Where the fuck are we? Oh, I said
What
it
is-
in.
Specially marked, just for us.
I've seen
They-
some of those.
I think we gotta jump across.
Do we?
I mean, I don't see any other way.
Either buy till.
Don't worry, buddy.
Where's your body get a chow?
Oh my god.
Wait, but how did the body get outside already?
Welcome to.
Hello.
Couldn't see in general when we walked out.
Oh my god, the exit's gotta be here somewhere, bro. Oh my god. Oh!
Like,
On the right of the hallway.
They
Right of the
made
hallway.
it.
oh, the door is.
Oh, we're the only ones here.
That thing bodyguard is.
Football
Uh.
goop.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, come back.
We only got space for 2 more beds. What? This
You
is
saw-
we called.
I made it. Hey, I found a
Starting
leg
to talk
chow.
a bit.
Hey!
Don't worry.
Yeah.
I also
Neutral cow?
found. I also found this thing that says you have to combine it with a flashlight.
Fine with what?
Yeah, question.
You have to combine it with a flashlight.
Where'd Elaine's body go?
Giant,
So
giant,
I'm gonna
giant.
put it over here. Oh, Elaine died? How did she die?
Where's
Tragically.
Moon?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
right,
told you
I
how
was
she
there.
died.
I was there.
Dude,
What is Moons
the
doing?
internet fucking sucks right now.
Oh, shit,
Hey,
bro.
there's so many people dead over there. What happened?
I don't think they're dead. This is moving.
So like I was telling Aura, the only way we can get out of here is A, they find us, they have a key. B, the coil head comes here and breaks the door. Are you breathing?
Oh, yeah.
Like a little girl.
That's true. A lot of monsters can break the doors open.
No, I hear breathing. I don't know if that's a little girl or the Aura.
So
Andy
Aura
and
jumped in
Layla
that
have
too.
shit.
What the fuck?
Andy and
Is she back in-
oh, yeah, that shit.
I mean, that's what I'm assuming it was.
Something.
That's what it looked like.
Something's keeping Moon from leaving.
Beep and boom.
Yeah, maybe they got stuck in from the inverse.
My life.
I want you to know you're forever that character you play as is forever associated with doing my
Glasses.
My god. We just leave
That's all they're
it.
three
doing.
of
They're just
them,
dancing on a
right?
fucking bed.
They're dancing on the beds, bro. Do they know that it's past
Isn't there only
5?
2 of them?
Wait, what if Reed didn't die? What
We should have bought a teleporter.
somewhere and now they're trapped?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, maybe they got
Of course it
locked
doesn't
in.
make sense, but
Probably looking at
we found
You have a
red
good
books that
point on
open
that.
portals.
I found a portal
Just
that
say
sent me
fucking
outside.
Wait, what
No,
did you
that's
say?
terrible.
Red light?
No, that's wasting money.
What we should really do is have 2
Red
people
light?
take the inverse teleporter and get them.
You
That's
know
not
what,
gonna
body? You're
work.
so.
It's not. It's.
You
nine-
know what,
it's
body?
9
You're
PM,
so
they're
right.
not
Get
coming
on.
back.
Let's fucking do this. Who's coming? Pussy. Now let's see. Potato order. What up, you? Potato. Hey, what's that? That's just called Potato Aura. If you can hear me. I don't fucking know. Come towards my voice. Why did I hear wood drop? Wow. Potato and Aura, come to me. This fucking straight up look like Dracula Mansion. Wow. Pilot computer. Shit. Oh no.
Remember his way out, chat?
Right, dead ends.
That's wild.
Interesting.
Bracken almost had it. Oh my god, this is so scary, chat.
Fuck.
That sucks. They just left him.
Haha,
Well,
loser. Uh-oh.
Autopilot, but
Did you almost get eaten?
Oh,
hey
shoot.
guys.
Hello.
Hi.
I try to find you guys.
We were stuck in a
Peaceful
room.
all quiet, yeah.
Elaine, you died.
It's street.
Yeah, I forgot what I died to.
Oh, where? Oh, you guys
you got
trapped?
crushed
Look,
though.
guys, look!
Yeah.
The door was
What I
locked.
found!
No, I figured.
Alright.
Yeah.
What is
When
Chris?
I
Guys,
fell,
look,
I
look
have
what
this.
I found! I found a cursed painting!
I found
man.
that crystal that you're supposed to mix it with a flashlight, the one that Elaine
I
has.
wanna mix it with a flashlight.
It says combine with a flashlight.
I wanna
straight
combine
when
it.
Power?
it fell
Like-
into
like
the
a
goop,
recharge?
it just teleported
I don't
me
know.
to where Aura and Moose were stuck in because the door was locked.
I call it that we suck in platform.
Oh, so the
Ren-
door just
Oh, so
locked.
that's what happened to you, Aura.
Straight.
Let's land.
Don't pull it.
Yeah.
It's eclipsed.
Oh, but
Let's
Aura
go
said let's
Let's
go
go
again.
again!
Let's
go
go
again.
again.
It's
But
eclipsed.
it's but
I have a
eclipsed.
flashlight to
I've
combine
got
this
a
with.
teleporter.
Yeah, we can do inverse teleport there.
Oh.
Can I get a flashlight?
Alright. We're gonna die.
I wanna combine
If you
it
don't
with
want to
this
die, get
thing.
in the inverse teleporter. You got 5 seconds.
Wait, but what
Alan, I
about
think
I
we're
want a
too broke
flashlight?
for...
You
Oh,
can't.
here's the
Oh,
flashlight.
yeah,
for you,
leave.
bro.
Here.
You can't take one when you get in. Go go go
Here,
go go
take.
go 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 go.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
Oh
Wait,
well.
no. I take it. Oh,
Oh,
No,
I
Okay, bye,
wouldn't
guys.
want to go out there anyway.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
wanna
leave it in?
go.
Good luck.
Going.
Don't die.
Thanks.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
Chat. I'm hungry, but I'm brave. The high is so high. I'm fearless. Can you add another blunt to your mouth, please? Why? I don't think that's cute. 2 doobies aren't as cute as one. What is happening?
Exits here.
There's a giant outside.
Neat.
Body! Body!
Bodies over here. Hey, Elaine, this way. This way. Oh. This way. We were here.
Oh, Boo, don't! Boo, don't! Boo, don't!
What happened to Boo?
What is he doing?
Who's putting on the
You
mask?
got the mask.
Boo, what the hell are you doing?
Body! Where's
Holy
the
crap.
flashlight? I want to combine it with the shard.
You put that.
There's
Yeah,
a
come
worm! There's a bug!
I will kill you before you.
I want
That's
you
a
to.
nasty
I want you to
one.
know. I want you
found
to know that
another one?
Boo is threatening
No,
your life.
I,
Follow me.
I brought it with me.
Boo.
Wait a
Boo
minute,
is threatening.
hold up.
Why is no one listening to that?
Hey, what's that? Oh, never mind. Oh, it's just...
So
Because
Boo's gonna
Boo's
need
not
to
a real
use-
threat. Oh my. Well, that's.
You
Oh, I
really
see.
locked the door.
You closed the. you closed the door. Ah, the door's closed. You can't get
Give me the flashlight. Give me your flashlight.
I don't have a flashlight.
I thought you did.
No, the inverse teleporter takes away all your items. Oh, fire exit.
Fire exit.
Hey,
I'm gonna go back
you're
in.
going back inside?
Yeah, let's go back inside. Yep.
Yeah, the world is eclipsed, so there's monsters outside.
Yeah, there's a giant. Oh my god.
Oh,
what the fuck?
I see. So he can make it doors then.
I'm leaving. Oh, I died.
Eileen.
Hi.
Adelaide, how'd you die?
Giant and I
know
couldn't
what's
see and
funny?
he ate me.
What?
We just teleported in the locked room. Look, he's right here. You just teleported in a locked room.
Thingy. We just locked.
Hi, welcome on in.
I think body's lost.
I think so
He's
too.
definitely
Probably really dark.
Body.
I hope he gets eaten by the giant. Stream's good.
It's definitely following him.
Yeah. Dude, that is so scary because you can see it so much clearer in the perspective. Oh, it turned around. That lucky son of a bitch. That's crazy.
No,
Aren't
the
you-
door closed.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Hey, did Elaine make it to the ship?
No, he's dead.
I think everyone
Oh.
else is dead.
You wanna know what's funny?
What?
He's trying not to laugh.
We just locked in the room.
Again?
Yes.
He also like hasn't moved at all.
I don't know what he's doing. He's tweaking.
No, he's stuck in the door. I think he's stuck in the door.
Yeah, he's literally stuck in the.
Hilarious.
Like, look on the right.
Hey,
look
Bobby,
on the
check
right
Boo's body.
screen. Look what he's doing.
What?
Yeah.
Look,
Check
body.
what?
Boo's
Whose
mimic.
body?
Mimic.
Oh, well, that's no surprise.
He's not here yet though, so he's still inside. And we just tweaking, bro.
I doubt
I
Boo's
think
mimic will
me
ever
is still
find its way
inside.
here.
Look at Weege, what he
Oh,
can because the door's
Buddy.
locked.
All right, let's
Honestly.
just go. Because we just isn't getting out of there.
Leave him alive in the door?
Yeah,
So, hey, Boo's alive. He can keep him company in there.
Anyways,
true.
Boo's not alive. Boo's a fucking demonic statue.
live.
No, it was by choice. The boy cannot stay away from that mask.
I think he said we live in a society before he put it on.
Hi, we.
Yeah.
Hi, Weege.
I was trapped in hell.
Missing.
Understandable.
mask, put
We
it
saw.
on.
You know, I ran away from that, so I didn't see that happen. Plausible
Elaine, what
deniability,
happened to
I
you?
say.
That's.
I don't remember.
Second time in a
We
row.
did.
Wait,
That
close
is the
the door.
second time. That is the second time in a row
Very
that I
door.
held the mask over my face and it immediately attached to it.
You should stop tempting fate.
Please explain what happened.
How was the locked in the room life?
A lot of California girls.
You ran away from the coil head to the outside where I told you there was monsters.
The only problem was my music wasn't playing.
Out your popsicle. Oh wow, 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 wow.
California. Wait, is it eclipsed?
Yeah, why do you keep running away?
God damn it. What?
Answer the question.
Oh, I don't know.
Gotta
Dude,
do
I just
something-
like to run
gotta
out
do
there.
something real quick.
Answer
Hold
the
on.
question
Yeah,
while we
but
go
what
inside
killed
the
you?
inverse cell.
Wait
Just
for
Yeah,
me.
yeah, cry, yeah, pizza.
Bruh.
Hi.
Hey, no, wait,
Oh
Elaine, watch
no!
out.
Ah!
Oh. Elaine, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, a lot of protein, sir. Let's go to the gym, buddy.
Oh. Oh.
I just got headshot. I just got headshot. Oh, stinky. Jad, I'm so bad at this game.
Oh, poor Lane.
I'm playing New York Times games. Hold on.
Oh,
God
yeah.
damn. Keep for the leg, Sonny. Hi, Bob. How's it going? Playing New York Times games because I died.
Oh, a lot of protein, sir. Oh,
Hey!
I'm trying to get your
Hey!
freaking. I'm trying to get your pop.
Hey! Yeah, you got killed. Nice.
I need you to
Welcome
come
to
over
the
here.
Death Club.
I think this painting's looking.
Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club.
No,
Welcome,
it's
Squidward.
me.
Welcome, Squidward. Welcome,
No,
Squidward.
this right here. The photo.
Oh,
Oh, what the hell? It's
man. I don't see if the food is as good as
There's
the
blood
stuff
in
was
here.
good.
Freak, where
Oh,
are
you're
you?
dead, Shadow.
I'm in like a hallway, a long one.
Is there a staircase?
Damn. I
On
tried
the
to
second
think of-
floor.
I knew you were dead, bro.
Once I heard it, I started.
Is there a nutcracker nearby?
I hear it. It's really close, but I don't think it's here. I think it might be on a different floor.
Yeah, it's on the same floor I'm on.
How about you get up here and you'll be safe? You ever thought about
What
that?
do you mean up? What do you mean up here? Where is
What?
up here?
Oh shit! There it is. Or there's two of them. Oh.
Oh no.
They put the fucking mod on. That was too.
What's up?
Dude has the mod on with the I need more bullets.
Hi. I'm playing New York Times.
Okay. Okay, then let me go on and just see. You ain't missing
Oh
much.
no.
I can hear it in the background.
Wait, make sure to scream it all the time so we can hear it.
No.
Hey,
Yeah.
We just
I
got
found a
followed.
portal. You wanna come see?
Boom.
Oh no. What happened?
God damn it, bro. Where
We found two nutcrackers, and I think they found.
There's a nutcracker.
Yeah, there's two of them. They're right here, actually.
Oh,
I found a portal. You wanna go check that out?
I thought he said he found a porno.
They're downstairs. Yeah, they're down there in the staircase.
No, there's another
You would
one
only
over
be
here.
saying that if it was if
You
it was
want to hear?
hetero.
Let's check. Wait, want to go check out the portal? It's over here.
Where's the portal?
There's a
Homosexual.
painting I want to grab real quick.
So this way, this way, this way.
Who's that? Is
No,
that's
that's-
Viridian?
That's
Wait,
Ridian.
are we
That's
having
really-
TikTok time or are you going to bed after this and,
I don't know what it
and
does.
TikTok's another? No, I'll do. I'm doing TikToks after this.
So exit.
Is it an exit?
Hi, Reedy.
It says exit.
Like test it.
Listen,
you know,
if
fine.
if you take it, I take. What the hell
We're in
was
the middle
that?
of one right now, so if you want to join,
It's
it'll
a
get you
go.
back.
It's a weapon. Why did it go?
You already. We
Yeah,
already
that
said you
was-
would.
What is it pointing towards?
He just
I don't
said it,
know.
not
No,
me.
I think.
It's like a dowsing rod.
Wow, ignoring your friend Tato. I see how it is.
Regardless, I'll go in and check it out.
And Boo is taking the exit.
That motherfucker's dead.
Oh, that.
Don't
Good
worry,
news.
buddy.
That's actually the exit.
Huh?
It's an exit.
Like an actual exit?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still gonna take the front door. It's the quickest way back.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Roberto and Aura are together.
I'll follow
Boo
you.
and Streak are together.
Now,
Who's playing music?
Yeah, but Boo and Streak are probably.
Oh.
Let me go find the other streak. Let's go find the other nutcrackers and get the ammo. Grab the
Okay.
gun.
So,
Okay, you can
Buffy,
take this.
Buffy,
Don't worry, buddy.
Wait,
If I die,
Streak,
if I
Streak,
die,
Streak,
pick up
Streak,
my gun and
Streak,
ammo, okay?
Streak,
I got you.
wait.
What?
Are you killing Nutcracker?
I too am excited to watch the TikToks.
Like, I need to see this. Roberto's gonna try to kill the Nutcracker, and I know he's gonna die.
I gotta sneak it too, so.
Shit, yeah, I believe. No, I believe. I think he can do this.
Nah, he's gonna die.
I believe.
Remember the number one rule of planning: nothing ever
Sure
goes
that?
according to
There's two
plan.
of them. There's two nutcrackers.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is where I died.
Damn. Hey, there's
Look,
a
hey,
TikTok.
you had a chance.
I'm gonna go around.
Holy shit.
There's no
Fuck out of me, Warren.
He's coming, he's coming!
Got it, got it. Got it.
Oh, he actually
What the
killed
hell?
him.
Oh.
Hurry up. I'm looking at it. Grab the gun. I'm looking at it.
Hey, what just happened?
Grab everything. Ready? Let's go. Let's go.
Alright, go.
Oh my god, that thing flew at me. Hit the direct
Oh, the knife is a spring.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm watching behind you.
Go. We'll just go. We got 2 weapons out of it. It was worth it. Where am I?
Alright, walk straight back.
Yeah, I know. Let's go. Grab everything, let's go.
Out.
Be dog.
Alright, now they
Who
just
make
have
it
to
back
make it through
alive?
the dogs and
Robot's
giants.
not gonna help. I'm dropping
But well,
it.
they have guns, so you know.
Wait, the gun might count as thing, remember?
I'm pretty sure the bullets are limited though, right? So you wouldn't want to use it on dogs.
I mean, if it's life or death.
Also, a good point.
Charlie
Oh.
just standing in a shack with a shotgun in the face. No.
They'll make it. The ship is right there.
Hey,
Sonic!
Hi,
Kill him.
Andrea.
Okay.
So then Andrea
Yeah,
you sent
got
me, and oh my fucking god, I need. I know,
nice,
dude.
nice.
That's
Good
what
gun.
I'm saying.
There was another
I
one,
saw
but
it, and it was like Shin
fucking
Godzilla, and I was like,
bullet
oh.
stopped us.
So do you have ammo?
Yeah, there's a Nendroid Godzilla.
I got
It's
2 from
cool.
him.
Yeah,
Ooh,
no, yeah.
nice.
You already come loaded though.
It didn't, I had to reload. Oh no, wait, it's a
Oh.
Dobro, my bad.
That's a no, bro.
Not even Lane or dead.
Now what
Okay,
about
Body's
Reed?
gonna- Body's gonna beat that as soon as he comes back.
reach right here.
Oh, did Reed say he had to go? Or?
No, he's still here back.
I like
That's
how
right.
she forgot about me being
He's
dead.
still here back.
We go up, we have to get rid of Vex.
Ready to
Yeah.
leave?
Everybody else is
Shut
dead.
up.
I think he died to the Nutcracker.
What?
Yeah, I think it's time to go.
Shadow.
That was funny as fuck hearing that. I need more bullets.
She only cared about Body and Lane. She didn't care about either one of us, Weege.
We heard Weege, then we heard the baby.
That was the funniest
I
thing.
don't know what another word's put in this.
What did you guys? What did you two do?
No, we like.
Hasta la vista, baby, and he blasted someone.
Yeah, and then he found Weege, and we just like, he's like, help! I don't know where I'm going. And it's like, hasta la vista, baby.
No, I'm alive.
Finally. Not find the fucking staircase.
Yay!
You
Yeah,
up
wait.
from that staircase.
Do you have
What's
it on
up?
Bro?
What's up? You think that little short barrel scares me, bro?
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
Hey, are we holding off?
Drop it.
Oh, yeah. Let me wait for that.
You seriously want me to drop it?
Yeah, wait for
That way I
We're
can
up,
point it
open
at
up so
him.
you two can come in.
Wait. You two can have
Make
have
sure you
like
download
a
the code that Moon put in for the company.
wait. You two can have like an old school Western draw at the Waffle House.
Oh.
Later.
You ain't gonna shoot
I'm
shit.
gonna look at Bobby right in the face and be like, hasta la vista, baby.
You ain't gonna shoot shit. You wasted all your ammo.
No, I have a bullet streak. Yo,
Nah, you don't.
Streaks, pull out that
Vex,
bullet.
mute yourself.
You only have 2 bullets, bro.
Did you drop that bullet for me?
Mom.
Thank you for the bullet. I'll enjoy it.
Did you see my hand? So yeah. Wanna drop the bullet?
Who? Nah, this is my bullet, bro.
I'll get it. I'll
Maybe-
get it back. Don't worry. I'll get it back.
How about this? You put the bullet you have in your gun right now in your skull, and then I'll give you this one.
You know the funny thing is, I can't because I'm already loaded.
Wow, that's crazy. So you're just being greedy then. You're just trying. You're communists trying to take my bullet when you have more than enough
It's even
bullets.
yours.
It's my bullet. I picked it up as mine. Obviously,
We're both good. Is
a communist.
everybody here?
Yeah, they both joined.
Yeah, I'm done hanging out with my better friends.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We gotta go back to.
Huh?
No, I
Dream. Oh, it's potato. No, that's not potato. That's Master
All
Chief.
right, I'm going back.
I need more bullets.
Oh, here you go,
You're
sir.
saying Master Chief can't be
Vex,
I can't think of words.
Oh my god, my game.
You don't want the bullet?
Vex, you're gonna be so happy to hear this.
What's up, bud?
Vex?
Look. Vex, look. It's the new
Hold
tech.
on.
Look.
Oh,
Here.
whoa, hang on. Whoa, okay.
Yo, someone sell that fucking
Oh!
Okay.
Yo, it's Waffle House.
Yo, so Vex.
Hi.
Shit.
Hi, welcome to
This is your
Waffle
phone
House. What can
immediately.
I get you today?
Elaine, you're gonna fucking die. Don't be back there.
What
Wait, what
would
do they
you
sell at this
like?
place?
We have complimentary mugs if
Yo,
you
let's
would
fucking
like.
fight. That's what I want.
Hey, bring it, bitch.
Wait, why are we fighting?
You're gonna kill him.
Why are we
It's a
fighting?
Waffle House,
Why are we
Elaine.
fighting?
It's a
Yeah, it
Waffle
is. You guys
House.
want to role play with me and pretend that we work
Guys,
here?
Wait, guys. I got an announcement. Guys, I got an announcement. Body.
In the Waffle House.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Triple kill.
Oh, what the fuck? I didn't do anything. Why am I always dragged with you?
And Vex.
Oh.
Vex and Body died.
I can't have shit.
I got 2 out of
You
3.
killed-
Hell yeah.
You killed Elaine.
It's one of those, that's why your parents always say you gotta be careful with the people you hang out with.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! You're supposed to be my friend. You're supposed to say I'm sorry, dude.
I wasn't the one that killed you,
I
bro.
have Vex and Body,
Pirate.
so it's kind of accomplishment.
When you guys gonna
How
have
was
a
your
Western standoff?
No, I mean,
Who? Do you want
like,
to Hasta la vista?
kind
Monday
of.
was alright.
I wasn't kind of the person who killed you.
I would like a fair fight if that's the case.
Bitch.
I did stay near
Think
you
about Hasta la
when he
Vista.
was about to.
I saw you stand there contemplating it.
To be fair though,
You hear this? You hear this?
you blew me up.
Safety's off. That safety on?
How was your
You
day?
blew
check
me
real
up.
quick.
What?
Let me check. Just gotta
You
make
got
sure.
me
No, you blew
killed.
me. No, Roberto killed you. You killed me.
Wait, what?
Peanut butter the
long
way.
The long way. Peanut butter jelly the long way. I do one more.
Thank you,
Oh,
Aura.
yeah, red.
Oh my god.
Drive simulator.
Yeah, we sent the brigade. She got Yippee!
Out of this whole mess, though, the real victim is Vex.
Alright, so Rid, basically, what Aura's gonna do after it's all set up and everything's transferred over,
Thank you
we're
so
gonna
much.
take your old
Perfect.
PC
Copy
in the
man
back
for the
and we're gonna do
follow.
this.
We reach our
Bam,
follower goal. Let's
bam.
go.
We're gonna office space that shit.
Thank you. Welcome on into the Milk Club. I hope you have a wonderful time. I was trying to mute myself,
Pretend
but
that I'm Aura's old PC.
Okay.
Now that you
do that.
reach your
Don't do
follower
that.
goal, what's your next goal?
Oh,
I think it's 1,400. I think isn't
I
it?
need
I
my
see.
You wanna
bullets.
sell it?
So I'm guessing stealing other social securities is out of the question.
I don't have.
Yeah, yeah. That's not. We
What's your
don't do
sticky
that,
note there,
bro.
friend?
Oh,
Wait, where
okay,
to Aura?
okay,
Oh.
fair enough.
Okay, are we good? Are we leaving? Is everybody tired?
No, wait, Aura just left.
I watched
Set up
Yeah, we're gonna go to
Still
orbit.
telling something. Give 1 second.
We're gonna go to orbit and wait for it. Don't worry.
Elaine, I just want to let you know I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you, but I got.
He meant to kill you.
Aww.
He
Shut the
definitely
fuck up,
meant
Buddy.
to kill you.
You're
No, she
just jealous
understands.
that
She
nobody
understands.
loves
Wait,
you.
wait, Elaine,
Bro,
you need
let
to
me
listen
tell
to me
you
closely.
something.
Body knew I was gonna shoot him. He hid behind you. He was using you as a shield. So I need you to value your friendship again.
You did what? You hit
That's pretty
Actually, no. Actually, I did not
That's
hide
fucking
behind
crazy, dude.
I did not hide behind you.
Teleporter.
I stood in front of you. There's a big difference.
Yeah, so we won't get stuck
I'm
here.
buying.
Yeah,
I'm buying 4
okay.
more flashlights.
I can't believe you, dude. I trusted you.
It's cool. You can continue to trust me. Like I said, I didn't stand behind you. Technically, me standing in front of you means I was trying to take the bullets for you. And Roberto definitely meant to kill you, bro. He would do anything to kill me, and that means killing you too.
Yeah,
Remember
okay,
that.
bud.
He's a hater, pure through and through, bro. He only has one goal. Me dead.
Yeah.
You
What's the
were just an
password?
obstacle.
Wait, just turn around. Turn around.
Or like the French toast.
I
No,
was
no, the French
getting
toast is good.
the stuff
I'm
you
the
bought.
French toast. You're like the eggs.
That's me. That's me.
Fuck
Oh, the
you.
eggs are actually pretty. Oh, whoa. What do you want to be then? I'm the
Oh,
French
fuck yeah.
toast no matter what.
I want to be the hash
Yeah,
browns.
It's a simple question.
I mean, I feel like the eggs are better, but sure.
Pick all it up. Pick that shit up. All of it.
Wait, what are we talking about breakfast for?
I'm a fuck.
Can't find a word.
Bro,
Oh,
stop
he's the
doing my
first
job.
I'm not doing fucking anything.
That shit back in the locker. If I don't see 4, you're going down with them.
And I quote. I need
2,
more.
3. Oh, you're missing 1.
No! Put back down!
Everybody turn around.
Did it? Oh
Put
my
someone
god.
down.
Cow a bummer.
It's
Sorry,
this
old
is
Yeller.
this is so sad.
You think
This
I
is
want
so sad. This is so sad, bro.
Alright, are we everybody inside?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's there.
Let's go. Let's go. I
So-
won't shoot weeds. I won't shoot weeds. That's Aura's job, honestly. I won't take her job away from her.
Who is griefing me?
No, I didn't
Let's
grief you. I griefed the
go.
body. No, I griefed
I'm gonna go
Elaine.
get
I said
bed.
boo.
Good night,
Oh,
B.
that's
Sleep
I'm not doing
well.
anything.
Have a good
I told you
night.
to put the flashlight in there.
I haven't done this for
Flashlight.
today.
I didn't know you hated Elaine so much that you would straight up just shoot her
I didn't know you hit a lane so
and
much you hit behind her.
accidentally hit.
I'm smart. And also,
You
body
use the
fuck
meat-
you. Fucking bitch ass hoe.
No, that's
Oh,
insane,
shit.
bro.
Damn.
All you have to do
She
is
said you
accept
like
this.
us.
Yeah, I like how everyone forgot that Vex also was caught in the crossfire.
I'm going to Adamant's.
Buddy.
I did.
Yeah,
I
guys.
said it was fucked
Hey,
up.
each their own.
Gotta wait for Aura, then we'll go.
I invited her.
I'm gonna use the bullet.
Elaine,
on
would
the
you
nut-
like?
I'll find another
Would you
nutcracker.
like to get some petty revenge against Body?
Doesn't it kill the Bracken?
No, you could, but that's a waste. I don't want to kill the.
It's,
Let's push him
Or spawn it.
Moon,
Or
Moon,
spawn
okay,
in the
but
void.
What if Bracken's dragging Body? Would you shoot it dead?
Oh, absolutely.
It's a two shot on the bracket. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's a one shot.
It's a one shot.
Yeah.
It's a shotgun, boo.
No, it's a, Boo's technically right. If you're far, it is a 2-shot, but if you're up close to him, it's a 1-shot.
Oh, that's where I'm getting it from.
It's cause it's damage range.
Len, remember, Body hid behind you. He hates you.
Damage
I
fall off.
didn't-
Disgusting.
I did not hide behind her. You're lying. I stood in front of her. There is a difference. There is a difference, bro. I stood in front of her. There is a difference,
footage, bro.
Check it. I stood in front of her. I did not stand behind her.
I don't actually care, dog.
I
I think it would have been funnier if you stood behind me. I'll be honest.
He did.
Because I would reflect onto you.
But I didn't make it.
Yeah, but like I'm be real. It'd be funny because you're hiding behind the one person that wouldn't run away because you know I have no survival instinct, so I would be a good meat shield. Because I wouldn't realize that it's happening until it's too late.
You did walk away though. You had natural survival instincts in that situation. Because
That was on accident though. That was on
There's
wasn't
Or.
on purpose.
There's Or.
Well, I mean, most instinct is on accident, right?
Welcome back, Or.
Or do you want the
At least for
honors of
human
shooting
beings.
No.
I'll let you shoot Weege for free.
I think she'll be able to grab.
I got you, or there you go.
She said I'll be nice for once.
Get that shit to Aura.
Well, I'm gonna first shoot you in the face.
That's fine. I don't give a fuck.
That's
Uh,
crazy. I'm
I
back
don't
up.
waste
I'm backing
bullets.
up. I'm backing up. Good lord.
Nah, guess what? I'm gonna first shoot you in the face.
You think I'm
That's
gonna
crazy.
die, fool? I'm a regular.
Oh.
Did we stabilize?
Yeah.
Streak.
Yeah, what's up?
Nutcrackers.
Streak.
The teleporter.
Save your ammo for the Nutcracker.
That's what I'm doing.
They're gonna die. Let them die.
We got the Nutcracker plant again.
Oh, we are? There's a Nutcracker outside? Oh shit, Link!
What did you do?
Ah! Ah,
Look
my
what you did.
knees!
Also,
No,
My
Elaine,
knees!
Elaine, that's not how it goes. It goes. Ah.
You're right. Ah! Fuck! Ah!
I thought you were gonna do the my like.
Ooh.
Puppy come out and his eyes are red, it will.
Oh, that's
like that.
yeah. Good instincts, man.
Yeah,
Good
like that. There's two of them, Bex. One with where the eye doesn't glow, and one with the eyes glow.
Hey, Elaine, look.
Oh, moon.
Vex, if you see a ball pit, you can jump into it.
Oh, you got him.
I have a gun. I'm good.
You know what the lady?
Vex,
Bex,
if you see a ball pit, you can jump into it.
There's tripwires on this map. Look out. There's a lot of tripwires.
Gotcha.
Oh my fuck, man.
Like this
Oh,
one,
but-
like this.
I see.
Yeah.
Can you defuse it?
I was about to ask that.
I'm opening.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, Streak, you couldn't use it.
You can.
Oh, you're bleeding. You're bleeding. You're not
Just
doing
touch
it.
it. Just touch it, it'll diffuse.
That's funny as fuck.
Oh shit.
Why did that one blow up?
Because no, the one with red eyes blow up. This one's not red eyes.
His ass was not listening. Oh no!
What the fuck?
Did someone step on a landmine?
No, it was Elaine with the box.
Oh,
I can't have shit. I can't have shit in Detroit. Oh. Damn. Damn.
Well, I
That
guess
was
I'll go take
unfortunate.
this stuff because I'm full now.
Who wants a gun?
Come on, man.
Do you have to have a
Oh, Rick, we have the teleporter.
Said, see, he said watch out, and not there was a
Oh, hello, Yippee Bug.
context is important.
There was so much happened at once. Spectating is. Oh, is that an apparatus?
Did it? Shorter than a word chat. Midfield, yeah, there we go.
Oh, he's back. Whose body are you carrying?
Elaine's.
What? Elaine's right
Well,
here.
then Elaine's right here.
Oh,
That means you were carrying Radiant's body.
No, Rid is carrying. Big Rid is. Tree's
Oh,
body.
yeah. Oh, okay.
I had one,
I ran.
and then I died.
Got Thumper back here.
Woo! Mine.
Back here. He went that way.
In here? Where? In here?
Yeah, he's like in here.
Yeah, I hear him. Huh? Thumper's dead.
Fire exit's right over here, man.
Oh, I killed a Thumper, so that's.
Radio water
Oh,
bottle.
let's get out of here.
Yeah, so the
We have
fire
actual-
exit's in the next room over. So
Go.
careful.
I saw. Don't worry. Nothing over here.
Hasta la vista.
Who shot the gun? Oh, that was the double barrel. That's the double barrel.
Wait, is Vexon alone?
So we going back or what?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, the fire exit.
Shadow, this way. Fire exit.
Watch out! There's a mine on the floor. Shadow, watch out next to you. There's a mine on the floor. Yeah.
Boo, you're so FNAF filled. It's insane.
Is there a way you can go in the settings when you're dead?
Yeah, just, you mean like the mods? Yeah, no, you can. Just press escape.
Being
Man, dropping like flies.
Yeah, but I have like this weird thing that's like lethal settings that's like covering the settings.
No, settings.
Oh wait, I got it. I got it. I
That's
got
Elaine
it.
is-
My bad.
Oh my god, why is the frame rate dying?
There we go.
Yeah,
I thought that was
I
just
felt
me.
that too.
Oh, you're already outside, my
At
boy?
club
God
60.
It
damn.
teleported me to the
Part
front
four.
door, dude.
Yeah, smart Kiwi.
Hey, get out of here.
Hey, there's a giant behind you guys.
Run!
Specifically, there's a giant behind Shadow.
That was a gun. You better not die.
I think Shadow's gonna make it.
He's right there.
Pink apparatus.
Hey, you guys see that bird, the nest right there?
Yeah, I'm heading over there.
You got all the bodies?
Yeah.
Survive?
It was just a lane streak, right?
And Boo. Boo's dead. Boo's
Oh,
dead.
Blue's dead.
Oh wait, drop the gun.
What the fuck?
Guys, teleport me back. Teleport me back, alright?
You motherfucker. He gave the gun for body.
And teleport me back, alright?
Why did he drop the gun?
Body?
Oh, no, it's not real. Not real. That's just
Oh, it's not
indicates the
real.
map where
You
the
mother.
Just
Is
throw
the
this in
safety
the
on or no?
crap.
Oh, that's on.
You want me to take it or you?
Not that
Oh, he's taking
weed.
the bees. Well, Vex is dead.
Well, that's not good.
Close the door.
Pull it! Pull it! Pull it!
Teleport me!
Alien thing?
Go, go, go.
Close the door, not pull it.
Wow, that was clean.
I want you to know that Shadow
That
dropped
one's
the
dead.
gun and body has it
Hold
now.
the lever, Crunk.
No, Shadow has the gun in her hand.
Roberto.
No, that's body.
The
No,
must
that's my
be
gun, that's my
server
gun, I
host
dropped
to
it.
pull it!
No, Shadow dropped his
Wait.
gun. I just
Did
saw
most go
it.
back out and die?
Oh, I dropped
Yeah,
He
because
probably
we
got mine.
pulled it.
No, grab
Why
Shadow.
did you teleport him?
Got the
He's
hint.
dead. He wasn't
Tangible
missing. He's
signs
dead.
of
What happened?
hard
You
work
got-
pays off.
Which one of you has my gun?
think it's in the locker.
I got Streaks gun.
Step to make a loaf rise.
not.
Bleach, kill him.
Yes, whoever grabbed it from
I got
the
this
locker,
is Streaks
give me that
gun.
shit.
Love.
That's
Where my
true.
gun,
There you
Shadow?
go.
Thank you.
Pink purse.
I was the one picked up from inside.
Dude, your gun is still in the locker.
You have it in your hand.
Yeah, I gave Streaks gun back. I went to the locker and I grabbed yours.
Anywho, that is it for me.
It is.
Almost midnight.
Alright.
Oh, safety's on.
Good night, y'all.
Oh wait.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, bye, Shadow. Bye, Shadow. Bye, Shadow. We love
Bye,
you.
Lang. Goodbye, chat.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye
Bye,
bye.
Shadow.
Bye 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 bye.
So Moon, wait, we have 3 modded interiors. We have the Nutcracker place, we have whatever the asylum is, and then the third one is that manor, that other manor.
Yeah.
There's one more missing.
The place,
Andy and Lele.
the
asked
place
what's the
we
manner.
got stuck on gay baby jail.
There's
Let's go.
there's-
I'd
yeah,
call it a
there's,
Gothic
there's
Victorian
one more
manor,
missing.
but sure.
One more
Yeah,
missing.
let's go.
Missing the factory.
The factory.
This is my last one.
Okay. Factory, but we got it. Bye.
Oh my god, the game is dying now of all time.
Yeah, for real.
Wait. Teleport me.
Yeah, you're right. Inverse. Something easy to find here. I'm taking the inverse.
Wait for me.
Okay.
I'm going. Oh, I
Hi,
missed it.
I'm over here, bud.
Oh,
You said wait for you.
okay. You wanna go? Let's go.
Yeah, we just gotta wait another 193 seconds to use the inverse.
Okay, let's go, dude. Is it your last game, dog?
Yeah, man, it's almost 12, and you know, putting these headphones on for a very long time, it gets hot. We bought
Get
stuff?
anything?
I got a spray paint can.
I don't think we got anything else though.
Hey, I must spray paint something.
And paint this wall.
Where? Alright. Doesn't really look good because it's kind of dark.
I'm put it down here. Put it on the ground. You fucked up the F.
Nah, the F looks the best.
What do you mean? No, it doesn't. You didn't put this bottom half.
Okay, I mean, I could make it a little longer. There.
Go. Good job. Alright, let's go inside.
Can you even read it?
This fart. Hey!
Oh, so you can read it. Hey, what's up? Yeah, you wanted the can?
Sure. You know the way in?
Do your signature. I don't know the way in, bro. Oh, I think the way in is through here, right? There's... Ah. Where'd you go?
Here. Up.
Oh. Oh, shit. No!
I'll wait for you.
Alright, I did it. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, you drew a dick. Hey, are you sure this is... Oh, it is. Are you sure we should be going in now?
Oh, yeah. Your last match. You really just want to wait around and do nothing? Drew a what? Drew nothing. fuck?
Oh no! That's too bad. Let's go.
Stupid. Stupid.
Oh man. Ah.
I like the elevator music.
Get out.
Wait, back up.
Hello.
Dead?
Hasta la vista, baby.
Did you kill him? Oh, we shot fucking. Oh, coil head.
Dead end.
The street, could you look at the coil head?
I'm looking.
Alright.
Hey, Lane, there's a coil head here. I don't want to be here anymore.
What do you mean? Why are you being a booty?
I'm back.
Okay, fine. Then the plan is to die.
Yeah, dude.
You gotta leave me. You gotta leave me.
I'd rather do nothing dead than
Wait, what is
do
that?
nothing
I'm
alive.
good. I'm good.
Then you lead the way.
Hello.
Hey guys.
What up, Boo?
Hey, Lane, behind you.
I know.
The
I'll
guys
let
are
you
behind
go.
you.
Hey.
I let
Why?
Hi.
Watch your step. There's a mine.
Keep going back. Stop.
There's another thumper?
Back up. Take your right. Stop.
They got a lane.
I'm looking.
It has a lane. It took a lane.
Bracken has a lane?
Hi.
Oh, fuck it. Let's go.
Yeah, fuck this. I'm scared.
Okay. Bye,
Let's
guys.
go. I'm scared.
Yeah, I bet you are, buddy. But don't worry. Everything in life is meant to die.
True.
Now, ignore the incomplete you're gay side and follow me, faggot. We're gonna die, Boo. Boo, we're gonna die
Nah.
because you picked up that can.
I'm armed. Don't
Do
worry.
you even know what the can is about?
It's a spray can.
But do you know the lore behind it?
It was manufactured by some company in some year.
Luke, oh, how good's your health? Never mind.
It's
There's,
pretty good.
Never mind. There's like no fall damage.
Fucking Bex.
That's insane.
Hi guys.
I'm so sorry, Streak.
Hey, did Shriek die?
Yeah, he was juking something. I couldn't
insane.
see what it was.
That's
but they almost
insane.
stayed like a
That's-
second too late on the teleport.
Vex
Oh,
is
whatever it was killed
throwing.
everyone else, I think, in there.
Vex is throwing.
Are you serious, bro? They had guns.
There was a bracket in the coil heads.
Wait, Roberto's still alive?
No, he's not.
Never mind. Who's moving in there?
Throwing.
Vex really just left me, bro.
No, the shotguns.
Yeah, I'm mad that he just left.
Is that
Vex is
Vex?
alive. Yeah, Vex is alive. Oh, he's going back. Oh, Vex, don't do it.
Oh.
Oh boy. Here, I'm ready to teleport him. Oh, it's a
He's going.
fucking.
He's a fucking.
Something.
crazy.
And
He picked
Got
up the
out.
fucking Tails doll, bro.
No,
It was not.
that'd be very funny if that's all he got.
Why is Vex always griefing, bro?
You're C.
God, bro.
First,
He's not a
That's
professional
because he
No.
griefer.
hates us.
You're 5. Yeah, I guess. Okay, this next mission. So I guess.
What did you? Wait, what?
I ran out of paint. It was
What
gonna
did
say you're gay when you come
We
out of the
really-
door.
We
Oh.
really left all that treasure.
Oh, so that's
Guns,
what
bro,
the fucking
guns from the
shop
bullet
ship
part.
came to deliver. You bought
Oh,
fucking
dog
spray
on there.
paint.
Yeah, I don't know
Vex-
who ordered that though.
Dog.
That's kind of funny.
How much is
Vex-
this can anyway?
Vex is juking a dog
Bro, the dogs are near us. We're fine.
for now.
The dog really wants him dead.
I want to teleport him, but I don't know what he has.
He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
He might have the guns, which is. Oh, he's dead.
Or so I just run. Yeah.
Oh, Vex might make it.
No,
Oh,
he's
he
gonna
did
make it.
He did make
He
it.
made it.
Vex, what a
Made it.
hero!
I fucking
What a
did, bro.
hero!
What'd you get?
What a hero! He got his kill,
Most
son of a bitch.
Sonic.
You didn't grab one.
damn
You
it,
didn't grab any of the guns.
Didn't
that
grab
were-
any of the guns. You gotta grab tails.
Well, actually,
Yes.
the loot
Oh my
bugs. No, the loot bugs. Now that I think about it,
Maybe if
the
they,
loot
maybe
bugs
if they
might
were
have
better at
grabbed
using
them.
guns, they'd still be alive.
Wow.
That's insane.
You know what? Just for that,
I'm
take
not,
that bitch.
I'm not wasting ammo.
What
on
even
this.
killed them?
You be bug.
Hey, why is this motherfucker in a cocoon?
That's a spider.
That's sweet. That's
Oh,
sweet.
that's a
You
bunker-
spider.
That's a bunker spider.
They actually cocoon your body?
Yes.
That's kind of
The most
Fucking
insane
left me in
fucking
the
thing
fucking elevator.
in the universe.
In my defense, you were too slow.
Is griefing.
That's crazy.
He was trying to grab my shit, Vex. The shotgun.
In my
We've
defense,
lost our guns.
you were too slow.
Ooh, wait, Vex left you guys in the
No,
just took
no,
the elevator up.
no. He did so much. He
Vex
brought
just
the
dumped
angry
you like
bug
he
to
dumped
us.
you a partner.
You know
That's
what? Now
what
that I
she
think
did.
about it, nah. Vex is a professional
Yeah.
griefer now. Oh my god,
Thanks for
Witch,
getting
you've been
my body.
dethroned. Congratulations.
Does this mean I can have an Ocarina now?
Yeah, no,
don't
I
pull,
did
the,
get
don't
your
pull
body.
the
You're
lever. You
right.
gotta bring your rid back
I know.
in.
Yeah.
Does this mean I can have
Yeah,
my
man.
You could have. I
I
told
want some
you
of
we
my
should
I
penis.
have
was 1 second
What?
too late to save you, man. I tried.
I don't
Wait a
even
minute, is
care
that
that I
what he was
died.
saying?
It's
What
like
did you
you
just say?
didn't get the shotgun.
Gun!
Yeah,
wait, is that what
I
he was
saw.
supposed to spell?
I saw Vex go back down, and we were like, "Oh, maybe he's grabbing
Oh,
one of the
right,
shotguns,"
your
and then he just
penis.
grabbed
Yep,
the
there you
tails.
go, you
Ow.
got
He
it.
grabs the
Yeah,
least
I just
important
remembered.
thing
Yeah,
there.
I forgot.
Vex looked me
Put
dead
your
in
penis
the
on the
eye
wall.
while closing the fucking elevator door and went up. I
And
wasn't gonna
said,
waste a
"Janae."
shot.
I told you we should have left.
Shot on a fucking blue bug.
You're right.
And look what happened because you hesitated.
No, it's a waste.
And look what happened.
Whoa! Why is the apparatus pink?
I'm moving that fucking lady.
Oh.
It's a lava lamp.
I like the pink apparatus light. Oh, don't we have enough Chaos Emeralds?
No, we don't have 7, bud. Come on.
Moose, put it next to the monitor so you
also
can
one
always
of
see
them's
it.
a
Yeah.
fake.
Yeah, I was gonna do that.
There you go.
That's definitely how it goes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're missing 3.
I'll fix it.
It's good like that. They won't see you read.
That's
Okay.
true.
Read in what, actually?
Hey, wait. Forgetting the music, not that song.
Wait. I forgot. What's the
Yeah, I'm
other
gonna
missing color here
try-
besides green?
So, what the fuck killed you guys exactly then? The loot
The loot
bugs?
bug.
The white
Yeah,
one.
the
The
white
white
one.
one. The white one.
There's a white loot bug?
The man eater?
No,
No.
it was a yippie bug.
Bee bug.
The hoarder bug.
Yeah.
What's a white EP bug do? That's so
Excuse
special.
you, boo. His name is
And look
Yippee
what
Bug.
happened.
He doesn't go.
Yeah, now and then we lost the shotgun and the ammo because of you.
You know what's the
Yeah, all
funny part
because
was?
you didn't pull
Me,
the trigger.
me and Streak were just chilling, going back. Vex brought us this fucking bug to us. Brought us fucking bug problem to us.
I'm just saying, you had the choice to kill it.
And not have ammo for an actual threat.
What's up, bro?
Which now we don't have.
Are you done now?
Yeah, so it all works out in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, nothing else to do.
It's right here.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out how to use the flashlight.
Someone
Figured
let
it
me
out.
know.
I invited.
Well, actually, you're leaving, so put down the flashlight.
Me?
There's red.
To shine the truth on the matter.
It's red.
Yeah, but you're leaving, right? You said that was your last one.
Wait, no, let's play
Yeah,
one
I'm-
more, Body, since Red just got here.
Well, come back.
No, Rid's been here. He just got back again because he was kicked last time.
Maximum occupancy permitted in this room. 4.
Alright, I'll do
well,
one
we're
more.
breaking the rules, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's, if you read that right, Boo, it says 40. Alright, everybody's here. I'm leaving.
40.
I go.
Yeah, it says how to cook for 40 humans.
I'm taking the emergency exit.
I'm taking the
I'm taking
emergency
the
emergency
inverse
exit.
teleporter.
Put me in, coach. Put me in.
The
Slap
inverse
that
exit.
Failed.
Failure. Okay, fucking stop. There you go.
There. Good luck.
Bye, guys.
And I'll watch.
Hello? shit. It's right at the top. Oh, it's the exit. Wow. I heard it here. Hello? 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 Anybody out there? Hello?
Hello.
Where are you?
What's up? I'm over here. Hi.
How'd you get in here? Oh,
Yeah, there's a mine.
Hey, screw.
I found I spawned at the exit.
You found the exit?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah. I spawned at
Show
it.
me. Oh, okay.
Oh god, Jesus Christ.
This one?
It's right here. Yeah, it's right here. And you
All
go
right,
up
here, I'll
and
give
then...
you a gift.
Yeah, well, I'm not leaving yet.
And then here.
What? No, take it.
Fucking car potato.
What was that?
What's up? Oh, relax. I wasn't trying to hit you. I was just testing it out.
I'm playing a hunting game, and then the prey is Vex.
Bro, you let it go, bro.
Believe in you.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Hey, dude, look.
What? Oh, shit. Nice. That's dead end.
Lead the way, bro.
I'm trying. I'm getting a lot of dead ends, brother.
Ooh.
Oh, hey.
Dead ends are temporary. Lead the way.
Dead end. That light turned on.
Oh,
Oh, that sucks. I did so much work to turn them all off.
I can't tell if they're on or off.
Hey, look. It's just... Well, the cave starts over here. There's a bunch of loot in this cave. But the caves are always dangerous.
Nada. Nothing there. Yeah, any other places to go?
I mean, there was the other hallway to the right. I think that leads to more like the
Keep
facility.
going.
Yeah, I'll check in a second.
Doors are locked over here.
God, there ain't no loot in here.
Watch out for that hole. No, the cave usually does have a lot of loot.
Hey, I got a light on. I got a key. Where's the key? Here?
Why'd you buy that door?
Hey, what up? Oh,
There's
wait,
another key right here. Look, see?
You
I got
creature information.
What's that?
What do you mean, you creature information?
I wanna find the creature.
It's a bunker spider.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me.
Oh, the loot bug.
Yo.
Is this slime?
Nah, me and Elaine went through there. Isn't that it?
What the fuck?
Where did Elaine go?
Oh, shit.
Oh,
What happened?
I'm a dumper.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, if I might have been the problem. Is everybody here? Who's missing? We're missing.
somebody died.
Oh.
Where's Boo? I think we're missing Boo.
Is that even the right way?
I don't know,
Going
man.
the right way. Not going the right way.
I am lost.
Elaine, that's the wrong way.
Oh, here we go.
That's a mine.
It's mine.
I think it's this way.
Here we go.
This way, this way.
There it is.
We found it.
See you later,
Get out of
bitches.
here.
That sucks that I'm one shot.
Guys, it seems very unsafe having us all in here.
No, it's fine. It's
I'll
okay.
play you guys a nice song.
They only. And I look at him, and he look at me.
I don't think he can come here yet. I don't think he can come here.
You think they made it out fine? Somebody's dead, aren't they?
Oh, God.
There's a dog.
Who let the dogs out? We will never be sacrificed.
I'm still alive! For now! No! 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 Get away from me! No! God damn it.
Hey,
Yo! You guys me! Yo! Great job!
we did lose your paycheck though.
Wait. Fuck yeah, I got you. I got you, buddy. I got
Wait,
you.
what?
They voted to leave early.
But we had so much time that Aura's still there.
Aura's getting chased by Koya. See if you can find a way out.
She's near the fire exit. She's near the fire exit at least, but voted to leave.
I mean, she's dead. She doesn't have time. I mean, if she doesn't get out right this instant.
No, she's near the fire exit. She's next to the fire exit.
That was clutch as fuck. That was clutch as fuck.
Koya's not letting her, that's why.
Is it Vex?
Yeah, teleporter.
Vex griefing again? Oh my god, Vex is griefing again.
Yeah, we got you, Aura.
Unless Aura was asking to leave. I don't know.
Whoever dropped all that stuff, you glitched me out again.
Oh. Dropped what?
Dropped like too much loot at once in the ship, it bugs out, or...
It's okay, Aura. It won't happen again when we switch your PC.
This is why we got the new PC.
I didn't have that much loot. I only had the fire exit.
Everyone's there.
Alright,
I mean,
Vex.
the stop sign.
Alright, Vex.
Stop
griefing us.
Actual griefing motherfucker. Can't believe this.
That was a good one to end off on.
No, I think she just closed the game.
Yeah, she closed the game to fix the bug.
What even happened to you guys?
Vex tried to kill Aura. That's fucked up.
You should be thankful I let Aura live.
That's
My thinking, you would have never teleported Aura away from that coil head.
That's crazy.
That's true.
I think that's true.
You're welcome,
bro.
In fact, you should all
Thank you guys
right
for
now.
the games. That will be my last one. Thank you for clutching me and saving me. Thank you.
Bye.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm actually
Okay.
Yeah, I'm done.
Alright.
Stop. Does someone have a stop sign? Someone have a
Yeah,
stop
it's right
sign,
here.
please.
Right here on the floor. Yeah, it's on the floor right here.
Wait, Elaine, I can land the ship so you can kill him.
No.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're
yeah.
not doing that.
Land it.
Oh, wait, oh, you don't have to get back in. We're ending here.
No, I already stopped recording.
Oh, motherfucker! No! I went with you!
I jumped you.
God damn it, I went with you! Oh, no, I didn't mean to!
Yeah,
It
just sell and
was
go.
second nature.
Falling to death. That's crazy, bro.
I'll leave selling to you. I'm gonna close it.
Dude! I didn't even think, I just went after you, bro!
A little too high on the table.
The fuck, brother?
Bro, are you kidding me?
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh man, good games though. You were
I mean,
brave to the very end.
Hell
She
yeah.
has
I'm not doing much
six
tomorrow,
supplements
so hit me up when you're on.
I got you. When I'm done with all my work.
more.
Sounds good, dog. Good night.
Let's try without it. Let's see if
You have a good night, bruh.
yeah, you can tell that.
Okay, I will be getting off. Hang out with chat. Good night. Alrighty. Wait, we gotta do the connections and then we'll do the TikTok. Hold on. Wait, I gotta change the music. Hold on. There you go. Okay. Okay, tape, caddy, shake, hat, tea, radio, toilet paper, water bottle, ribbon, tote, love, and foil. The fuck could this be? Caddy, tea, hat, and tape are all golf. Caddy, tea, hat. Oh, right, that's what I was looking at. I was looking up hints. It was a wrong one. Wait, no, I want the for the one yesterday. The fuck? What? Past. Wait, how do I see the 30th? Yesterday's connections. Rods. Wait, what? Oh, okay. This is okay. Cool, I found it. What do you mean it doesn't have a hint? What do you mean they don't have hints? Okay, fine. We'll do the first word. Okay, caddy, hat, and foil. Maybe we need better hints. Connections, hints. Okay. Is this the 30th? It was the okay. So yellow. Okay, green objects typically found on circular items. I think I was supposed to start with golf. Then I don't know. Merchandise often handed out as promotional swag. Each word can precede the word. Oh, shack. Okay. Shake Shack, Radio Shack, Hat Shack, and Love Shack. Okay. Also, hold on. I gotta fix my face tracking. There you go. Alright, so we'll start. Who did we start with last week? You guys remember? I don't remember who we started with last week. You said a similar amount, so. Ugh. We can flip a coin. Flip a coin. Flip a coin with name. Yeah, I did with mine since I said more. Oh, okay. So we start with yours then. think. Hopefully I did TikTok checkpoint. What was last Friday? Okay, cool. Okay, I went too far. Okay. I'm just gonna copy this so that way I don't forget. I remember the bird names one. The frame. Did I go too far? I did. Yeah, we watched. Wait, what day was this? Yeah, the 23rd. Okay. Okay, here. Oh, so cute. I love it. Ooh. Wait, can I make it be like this? Yeah. The fuck? That sound like beads. I'm just gonna. That's crazy. Oh! Dude, that looks so fucking yum. No, I want it. Oh, bro. Mother, I crave violence. I got you, boo. Do it. I love it. Lost this. Ew! Burn it, Kiwi. Burn it. Burn it. Just burn it. Just burn it all. Burn it all. Burn it all. Our whole nips were out. Colby Jennings! Welcome on in, buddy. We're just watching TikTok. Hope you wanted to fun time here at the Milk Club. Also, my face tracking keeps getting off. So when I look this way, I want to be looking at chat. What the heck is happening? What the heck, Lee? Okay. Now I'm looking at you, chat. Does this feel like I'm looking at you? Do you feel like I'm looking at you, chat? Chat, tell me. Do you feel like I'm looking at you? Yeah, that's my boyfriend. What? What? Sense, I'm gonna lie, my sense of humor was weird this week. That's fine. Ooh, I feel looked at high. Yippee! Oh, welcome in, significant other of Chaotic Kitten. Hi. Wait. Oh, it's Joe Rick. Yeah, we did. We did. Isn't that awesome? Saw this one. Oh, I saw this one. I love this one. I'm gonna do this to my kids. I'm gonna be like, yo, you crying? I got you. I'll do something off guard to get you off guard, bro. Back with coffee. Welcome back. Came back to house, sit drunk, and fully thought someone broke in to take a shit. Nearly shat myself too. That's crazy. What the fuck? Can't be said exactly. She's so horrified. That's crazy. Thank you for the check, Chaotic. Have a great night. That's crazy. That's fine. That's crazy. Josuke. My Valorant cringe was wilding me for one night. That's valid. It's very in character. We're trying to get a video of this tiger when oh, dude, I saw this. I love this. Look at him. Hey. Hey. God damn it. Thanks again for letting me use your laundry. You got it. Hey. If you see a guy looking at you through the window, just ignore him. What? Don't look him in the eyes. Okay. Welcome back, Sunny! Hi! I just want to check something. I can't see, like, I can't look over and check. I was away for too long and my sense of humor was... No, that's valid. That's valid. I got real quiet. I thought... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I appreciate us getting... Dude, this poor guy. No! Oh god, that must have hurt. I just played Paranormal Cleanup. It's so fun. Ooh, that does sound fun. Day 10 of making sure people get home safely. That's so fucking scary, dude. Why would you do that? Survival instincts of a turtle, me. That's crazy. I'd be so scared. No. I don't want to go anyway. What the fuck? It's like Paranormal Crew came in and places haunted and you go, oh, that sounds so fun. Jesus. What happened to his friend? What happened to his friend? Does he know why? No, don't keep stop turning. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. That was stressful. It was so fucking stressful. God damn it. God damn it, chat. Ooh. Got good deck stat. Good deck stat, huh? That's crazy. That was really cool and really wholesome. That's dinosaur anime? I'm starting to rot. Thank you, Bags. Not really. I'm too stupid for this. What the fuck, Bing? What? That's crazy. Yo. Yo! That was sick. That was sick. Ew. Need you to react to the D-Rex. What? It's so quiet. It's so quiet. Ooh, bet. Oh. Cheetahs know how to drift, good lord. I know! They have to, they're so fast. Also, welcome in, Fairview VT. Hi. This. Do a monkey. That's crazy. Lane, I'll be your emotional support. We'll be each other's emotional support dog. We'll be each other's emotional support dog. Have a good lunch, Andrea. Ah. Mm. The idea that Jar Man is a mantle that gets passed on. That is insane. Thinking about it like that, that's crazy. I'm glad. I don't know. Yeah, I don't worry about it. Buffy. You're amazing. No, no! Oh! Oh! No! 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 Why are people running in? Why? No, no! Oh, these poor kids. No, they don't know any better. They don't know any better. No, 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 no. No. They're going in full force and it makes me sad. Ooh, another one. Gimme. Welcome to your worst night. Okay, I feel like I would have that happen at the glass. What? That's valid. I mean, if they're clean, yeah. I just feel bad. Because that must have hurt. Got a lot of these, huh? Yeah, I can tell I like it. Kitties. I want to get that bird for my cat. I think it's so cute. I think I should get that for my cat, man. The Generation Sharp is but oh yeah, it is, ain't it? I agree. Hey, they talk about this creature in Ancient Magus Bride, the anime and the manga. They have a character for him. Don't wonder that, Buffy. You don't need to wonder that. Oop, oop, oop. I went too fast. I went too fast. Cornish beef sounds like a big version of Cornish hen, right? What? What's happening? He just slapped her! Oh my god! He just grabbed that lion's balls, bro! He just keeps smacking him! Welcome on in, Megan. What the fuck, bro? He's just spraying him! I can't how he puts his pants over his huge balls. What the fuck? Their balls must weigh 400. God damn, bro. Grabbing the lion's nuts is crazy, bro. I'd shit my pant. I'd shit my pant. He's like, hello, human. Hello, human. Hi, good evening. That's crazy. That's spooky. Dracula. Ah, that was great. The whiplash is a lot, not gonna lie, that's valid. Telling the human if you're gonna play with them, at least give. That's crazy. Why are all British cryptids from Help? I don't know. Oh wait, sorry, I went scrolled up. It is. Oh, what the fuck I was thinking. I made 4 potatoes, 2 kielbasa, and a whole can of beans. Oh, that sounds so good. God damn. God damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! Polydactyl caddies! He's like, fuck you. Cause he's got a thumb. Grab that French fry. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Oh, what are those? Oh, tiny little polydactyl kitty. Aww. Leave me here. Michael! Michael! Oh, I love this. Breakfast bands. Look at his little hand. His little hand is like. Go. Okay. Hi. Oh, I clicked you. They have little babies. They have little babies. I love. Wait. Dude, this goes hard. Oh! Oh! Yo, this is sick. Oh, hell yeah, Will. That's long. He was in the cuck chair. Okay, but like, where am I gonna get all that arts and crafts material? Shopweek.co. Okay. Bro, I'm poor. I'm broke. Okay, so like, wait, so like, if I wanted to do, I don't fucking I don't know which one I'd want to do. I guess like supplies. What is this? Okay, so what the fuck? What is this one? Why is it word that way? I'll do it. But what if I want to do it, bro? If I want to do it, what? Foxglove? We can realize what is going on. Ooh. Yeah, but that's different. That's valid, bro, but I have to say I don't have income, so I have to save it for rent. I bought what I could for the month. And I was the back rooms. Bye. Oh yeah, because the paper straws have glue that are bad for us. Mood. That's okay. Glass of metal. That was a fucking fart, bro. That's crazy. Stop. I'm terrified to look at my financials right now because I just spent $3K on my car, bought VR headsets. Yeah, so it's kind of like, and like I'm not making active income, and I only have a couple months of rent in my bank, and that's it. So I have to be careful. But maybe I'll do it digitally or something. There's a digital art one, and calligraphy. I feel like we could also just do, but we'll see. This is. You almost got me with a SpongeBob. Oh my god, my cat scared the shit out of me. Also, hold on. Gotta have some propaganda, that's true. Oh my god, I saw this! Bro, I want to play with this so bad. Next Wednesday? What day? The 11th? Or we could play, I don't know. I think I'm doing the Escape the Backrooms on the 4th. Dude, that's fucking scary. That's crazy. Of course, it doesn't show him throwing the burger to the ground. Escape the Backrooms is so fun. Which one do you have? Because I had to get the new one. Do I gotta buy it if you want to play it? It's on sale for 15% off. It's $8.49. This is the one that Noble made me get. Which we still have to say Noble didn't say a time. Okay, I think it said after 6 EST. Where is it? It was 5? What's CST? I don't got Oblivion money right now. I got Oblivion money. Do you have shareable Oblivion money, my guy? Oh, that's in. Please note, most locations are not observing. Okay, so it's 10. So they're an hour ahead. So as long as it's after 4, so like do like 5. Oh god, message people. What next? Oh fuck. I was looking to say 8% off. I don't got it. I could do the that's silly when I did the Gooter fund. That's valid. Oh, that's valid. I have my brother's Steam account money. Don't. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold on, I'm just gonna do this really quick before I forget. 4 at 5 p.m. I have Escaped the Bastards together, but I don't think Escape the Bastards was co-op. Yeah, no, I think it's a new one that came out because there's this one that I just got, and then there's also this one. Or is it just Backrooms? Yeah, I don't remember. What was the other one that I clicked? There was another one. Oh, Escape the Backrooms Together was the one I thought. Oh, okay. Okay, wait, what am I doing? Forgot what I was doing, chat. Oh wait, yeah. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh god. Okay. Wait, no, I did it wrong. I did it wrong. I did it wrong, chat. Yeah, there you go. Okay. It says 1 to 4 players right there. Where? What? Does it? Oh, it does. I didn't know that either. Okay, back to it. No, we don't. It's just me, Noble, and Gordy right now. So if you want to play Buffy and get the game, we have room for you. Yeah. Cause like I wouldn't mind playing it like with Gordy, and then like I'm still playing with After Stream 2. We could play After Stream on Wednesday too. Wait, what? Some characters I will say that I give horns to. They're kind of like they're more like nails in that way. Like mine, I could break them off if I really want to do. No problem. Sometimes I rock around the supermarket and pretend the bag of baby judges my balls. It's simply an empathy exercise to walk in another person's butt. The shoe. That's crazy. Hi, Ghosty.
The water's boiling.
Hi. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am. I've been streaming longer recently. Hell yeah. I do too! It is busy. Maybe I can join in night. Yeah, for sure. Ew, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Hold on, I have to change my bottle because I just. Hold on, I'm so small. What the heck? I had to fix myself. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Blech! Cute. I don't want more. I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to learn anything more today. I'm a snow leopard. I'm a hamster. I thought this happened to a cat. But that's so cute. Hold on. Oh, wait, I fucked it up. Oh shit, that was the last one. Okay, okay. Wait, was it? Let's make sure. I am Iggy Hamburger. Oop, that's the wrong one. TikTok check. So now this one I gotta look for the 24th too. 24th, 24th. Ghosted. Oh, 23rd. Yeah, I remember that one. 24th, 23rd, 24th. Okay. Ew. Oh, I love pufferfish. Go. Oh my god, he did it! Hello? Hi! Oh, he's gonna break it? Yeah, see, some fish have teeth. Oh my god, he's doing the maze. Oh my god. Fish don't fill with air, just yeah, they fill with water. They're like little wobble balloons. Oh. Bye. Oh, that poor, put back. Put him down. Hi. God damn, that looks like soft grass. That's a good point. That's a real fucking good point, though. Look at piranhas. They have teeth. Exactly. It's kind of funny. It also goes a lot harder. Yeah. Hi. I've been trying to stream for longer. Last few days I've been streaming for like 8-ish hours, 9-ish hours, cause I like the late night crew. Thank you, Zoe. Oh yeah, I saw this. He built her a slide. Yeah. Santa as dead as I am. No, I'm just high as fuck. That's all. Yeah. Huh? That's so cool. Ah! God damn it. I want a game like this. Where a comfy, cozy game, but like this. Are you okay, Zoe?
You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up.
My guardian angel working overtime. But at least your head is okay. No, you don't get so sticky. Wait, what? Oh. Shower time. That's light behind. The party is on the verge of a TPK, so it's bro, this is me and Biff, and soon me and Pato! This is gonna be me as Pato! I know someone up there loved me because otherwise, bro. Mood. Yeah, post-traumatic Down syndrome. What? What? Wait, no, I wasn't. Of course, Zoe. That's crazy. I like her shirt. Why would you do that? Tap. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. That's crazy. Oh. Ew, 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 ew. God damn it. Okay, we're good now. Ew, ew. Oh. Yeah, I don't like the meat ones. The meat ones are weird. I don't like the meat ones. The meat ones are weird. Can we go back to the ew? Ew. The only one I liked was this one. I liked this one. This one's baby. That one baby. Rest of them, scary. Don't like. I am a pious man. This is... Okay. Make it stop. Gonna get some rest now. Just want to check it. Thank you, Zoe. I love you, Zoe. Mwah. Straight me from the path of God. Huh. What's this? Oh, no. No. I'll wait till the reveal, but no. No. I want to see if they did makeup. Okay. Mm-hmm. Of course you will, Bob. Mm-hmm. 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 This is a lot. Call me out. Aww. Aww. Oh, we have same teeth. We have same teeth. Yes. That's why I had a short order cookies awesome because that's valid. There's weed in the coconut and light that shit up. You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up. That's what Josh Gad does. Ah! That's valid. Elaine, can I book you for a Nick Cage movie marathon sometime this week? I don't know. I don't know, bud. I maybe? 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 I'm trying to see. Let's see. Sunday. Wow. Let's see. Well, I can't Sunday. Because I'm going swimming and getting Jollibee. Because our Jollibee just opened up on Sunday. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't think I'm doing anything Saturday. Is it okay if I watch it in the background while playing like games and stuff? Because if so, yes, that's fine. People say hear me out for a reason. There is no reason for this one, though. It doesn't need a reason. The Atomic Heart twins don't need one. Jollibee, yeah, when I tried Jollibee for the first time. Me, Pixels, and our roommate gonna go out and try it. And it's gonna be great. I'm excited. But yeah, if you're okay with me like playing games and stuff while we watch them, then yes. Because there's a lot of stuff that I want to do that I didn't get done this week. But I do want to hang out and I'll be cool listening to them. I'm very good at multitasking. There's a quote at the end of it that is too hard for... Okay, hold on. There are a lot of people together to watch a button to hidden gem Nick Cage movies. How many people are we talking? How many people is a lot of people? This is true. Wait, what the fuck? What? I did get that one. Mm-hmm. That last one. Who is Nick Cage? Nick Cage is an actor. Hold on. Nick Cage. I just kind of want to hang out, to be honest. But, yeah, this is Nick Cage. He's Superman and What? Nick Cage is really the best actor to ever live. He's pretty talented, yeah. Cool. Fuck yeah. You love the chickens, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Another one FF14 night fight. Oh yeah, Bismuth. Bismuth. I loved Bismuth. This... What the fuck? Bismarck. It's Bismarck. Bismarck. This guy. My head itches. I think my videos slowly got better as they went on. I already like them. My beige flag is I'll send you a heartfelt video about how much your friendship means to me, how amazing you are, and then 5 minutes later I'll send you a video of a rat climbing out of a toilet. It says, I like this. Okay. You never heard of Medea? Oh my god, I love this TikTok. I love his impression is so good. Oh, T-Rex with a raincoat? Natural. Mad Morph. That's crazy. What's a base building look like? Any pets? This says, oh shit. It's not. But also it's not art either. I didn't change. I like it, Omen of Cthulhu. Won't take me back. It's a new map. The smooth operator. Aww. Aww. So cute. Bro. Hell yeah. That's crazy. My Dr. Trey is telling people to take better care of themselves. Me, I'm surviving 3 hours to receive enough caffeine to take it a horse. Half full of cheeses. That's a mood, though. He's going down. Oh my god. Spin me right. Sorry, Bob. I'm in my 30s. Too late, bitch. That satisfying feeling when you manage to make... Is it gonna be One Piece? I'm afraid. Ready? Are you ready? That is true. Oh. Wait, I have to put my bow back on or else I look naked. There you go. Oh, I saw this! And then they use meat. That's crazy. We still need to listen to this. Fought the hat man and now I'm lost. But my ball. Oh no! Thinking on the day I go and find that what you're looking for has been here the whole time. My dog's big side is when he sees you're upset, he will start giving you his paw. He realizes that when he gives paw, people smile and become very happy. But we don't accept his paw, he gets frustrated and gives you his other paw. This keeps happening until he is just punching the air with both paws, lose balance, and body slams the floor. There's no way to stop this. I've tried, only solution is to step paw off. That's crazy. The one with buns in her hair is Momo plush. Don't they both kind of have buns? I was hoping it was Big Man Blastoise. Big Man Blastoise. Big Man Blastoise. We need to play some... We need to play some... Yeah, I know. I know. This Thursday, I'm gonna paint some squigs, and then are there funny porn games? I don't know if I can make fun of coffee and boobs all that much, but I also don't just want to play random games. Hope that too when I watch that. Yeah, I just got reminded. No, yeah, I've been looking at it because it's on my thing. It's the last part of which is it's the last part of the subathon stuff. So I'm gonna do the squig painting one, and then we gotta play. But I don't want to play coffee and boobies. I don't want to play coffee and boobies. Is there a funny porn game? Gotta look up funny porn. What is technically a party game? That's mostly what's it technically? Yeah, is it? Yeah, because we have to play an NSFW game on the blue site, but I don't know because I mean, you did conquer if you like, not like vibing. But I gotta play like another game though. Let's play every soccer game you have, but we change the game the second you get bored. How many of those do I give? Hold on, how many of those do I get? Okay, wait, what if I just pick one? Wait, maybe I'll just pick one of these, because I already have them. Hold on. Maybe I'll pick one of these. Yeah, because I already have it. Fuck it. We're going to do one of these. Okay. Wait. Ew, I don't like this one as much. I don't know which one's like the best one. It's blurred! It's blurred! You'll be fine. I don't think a lot of them are even just horny. That's okay. That is probably... I like it better that way. I have Sakura Beach 2. I have Sakura Fantasy Captor 1. I kind of want to do this tomorrow. Tomorrow after movie. Sakura's... Yeah, I don't like this one. Sakura Agent seemed good, though. The new Sakura game from Winged Cloud, Sakura Agent, date 2 beautiful girls in this agent adventure. I kind of like the idea of this. Wait, what? Do they have any other game? They don't have, like, any, like, strong women-looking people that I would want. They have Sakura Succubus, like... What the fuck? 9? House Party could be a fun, silly game. I'm invested in the soccer game. It's too late. I've invested myself in soccer. First day of Pride Month porn. But it would be... Saturday isn't the first, is it? Sunday is the first. Sunday I'm busy. Leveling up girls in another world. I mean, there's Leisure Suit Larry games, but I don't think they're short. Oh, I'm probably not gonna finish it, to be fair. I don't know how long Sakura games are. I'm just trying to see if there's anyone that has, like, my preferences in the cover. Sakura Gamer 2? Ew, I didn't like it. I looked at it and I don't like it. Exactly. All these kinda seem like... Wait, can I look by, like... browse? Oh, wait. Shit, what the fuck? Sakura Dragon? Whoa. Featured. Okay, so the featured... So they featured their Bunny Girl one as, like... I guess, like, the best one? But I don't have that one. The only featured one I have is Sakura Spirit, but I guess I'll just play the agent one, where I could pretend to be a secret agent. Is this game Korean? Are the Sakura games Korean? That's crazy. Okay, hold on. I have to check something really quick. I gotta see how long the... We're gonna put a poll in the Discord, and if you want this to happen, if you want me to play Sakura tomorrow on Fansly, as the other NSFW thing that we do, you gotta vote in there, but give me like 10 seconds. Because I gotta see how long the movie's gonna be. Shrek 4. Shrek 4 is... We need something like Square. Yeah, true. How long is this? It's an hour 33. We start at 3 p.m. You have work? Trying to think. My brain's trying to think. I'd rather do it. I'd rather do it. I don't know. I found the video. What video? Anywho. Wait, yeah, I guess I could still make a poll. quick. When should we finish, conquer, / play NSFW game? Saturday, May 31st. After movie, or next Saturday. Okay, yeah, we'll do either this Saturday or next Saturday. 7th. Okay, I will look at it after stream. Okay. That's valid. It's fucking ugh. No, that's valid, Kiwi. Woo! Ew. I would want to ride that. If you have mental illnesses, it develops later. I got both my aliens. Stop. He's a ballerina. Really? That was It's a Will Web panda. Aww. Oh, look at his little chubby thighs, a little chubby tummy. He's so cute. So beefing up, me beefing up. I have such baldy. They told me the extras. There's one job was not to laugh no matter. That's valid. That's valid. Not to be honest. Little. Pinhead. What Weesna? They told them if they laugh, they didn't get. Okay. Hash slinging. Plants fire. Chocolate. Salads. Wee. This guy stinks. I should do that one. Give me the formioli. You wimbo. He she me umbo. Oh, that poor baby. That poor child. Please, I can't. That's so sad. It's good for you. It's good for you. Mm-hmm. Wait. I just said that to the body. Again. Oh, fuck, brother. That was an instant balding slam to the ceiling, my guy. Guy's gonna have a bald spot. Generational at that point. It's written it was slammed into his DNA. That's crazy. Dude, I should do this. That's true. I want one of these. I want to do one of these. That's crazy. Ew! That's great. I did it. I did it. I love that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Kind of is. I don't want to be a papa. Okay, well, okay, well, only if, I can, okay, well, I'll only be the kid's parent if I'm only called Papa or Mom. But only those two. Do my best. Either I've made an Elaine character, or you got Pixels pregnant. The choice is yours. Wait, what? Angry. And the shy. And the... But I like the latter, Kiwi, to be honest. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yikes. I like the Bidoof. Oh, this is the SpongeBob one. Lion was looking for shade, gets a big surprise instead. Even the lion's like, yo. Wait, can I see it? Can I see it in the tree? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's good. I don't know why he was being so mean. Yay! Hi. Not sad. That's not sad right now. Is this Colorado? Is that Aspen? Feels like it. Very pretty. That. Fuck yeah. God damn it. You fucking. I want to burn it all? Go for it, I guess. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy to end off on. That's fucking insane, dude. Dude. That is a real scene? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Fuck. Alright. Yeah, I've seen bits of it. I'll be honest, I've seen bits of it. I've seen bits of it. Alright. I think we're gonna pop out of here. I think so. Right now, the poll is at tied. I have a feeling though. He was holding her at the gunpoint. Yeah, and yeah, his finger is the gun. Yeah. Yeah, I know that anime. I haven't watched it, but I know what it's about. But okay, right now the poll's at 50-50, and if it stays that way, I will play it next Sunday or Saturday, next Saturday. We'll play it next Saturday. 'Cause I kind of just want to vibe, to be honest. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I see there's one more vote for tomorrow. Minor spelling mistake? Where? Wait, where? Where? Minor spelling mistake? Where? Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Close. Said May 7th, lol. Oh, shit! Can I edit it? Can I edit the poll? Oh, shit. Wait. I meant June 7th. Put dots in brain. Okay. Is anybody I know still streaming? Heroic is streaming. Oh my god, we're gonna go raid Heroic. Alright, let's go raid Heroic. I'm sorry the stream quality is kind of bum. It's because I have thing. Because I have graphic acceleration on. But thank you guys for hanging out with me! We're gonna go raid Heroic. Because they're amazing, and if you don't know them, please follow them. They're amazing. I love them. They're really cool. They're really cool artists, and honestly, so creative. But I love you guys a lot, and I hope you guys have fun. If you want a raid message, here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did. If you don't have the sub emotes though, because I realize that some of you don't, use oh fuck, what the fuck, what could we use? Twitch ones. Oh, the hearts. Use the blue hearts. Zooted cow raid? Okay. Alright, yeah, we'll do zooted cow raid. And if you don't have the main code deads, even though you should because you love me, we're gonna do the blue hearts. If you don't have a sub. But it's pretty cool to sub to me, so. But anywho, I'll see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. Oh my god, Vex took the day off? Okay, we're doing it next Saturday. We're doing it next Saturday. I'm saying it right, we're doing it next Saturday because Vex took the day off. But I love you guys so much, and I'll see you guys later. Bye! I love you!